Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King, to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
Honourable members, it's my great pleasure to introduce to all members of the Assembly Master Corporal Walter Bayrock, who's seated in the Speaker's Gallery today. Master Corporal Bayrock joined the Canadian Armed Forces in 2018 as a Reserve Human Resource Administrator. Walter quickly advanced through the ranks, being appointed Master Corporal in December 2023. Master Corporal Bayrock has served at 408 Tactical Helicopter Squadron for more than 6 years with exemplary service. Master Corporal Bayrock was awarded Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee, Alberta. I ask that you please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung has a school group today.
Speaker, it's my pleasure today to rise and introduce to you and through you two classes from the fantastic Aldergrove School in my constituency of Edmonton-McClung, and I ask them to rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Lesser Slave Lake, do you have a school group? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Castle Downs is next.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to introduce to you and through you Janice Thistle, Debbie Lavoie, Mark Hosted, Jean Randell. These women are from the Canadian Armed Forces Women's Corps 714, the first women in Canadian Forces to undergo the same recruit training as men, and they are celebrating their 50th anniversary this year. Please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Camrose is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise today and introduce to you and through you leaders and board members from the Alberta Gujarati Association, headed by their president, Mr. Brijesh Patel. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to share with you that the AGA was established 45 years ago by the first generation Gujaratis from India. I ask them to please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Chamber.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Falconridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly, Zoe Harveen Kaur-Sihota, a Calgary-based artist. Her vibrant work educates, empowers and celebrates the South Asian community, including the Calgary Flames logo for their first ever South Asian celebration game. I ask that Zoe rise to receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the military liaison, I would like to reintroduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly my esteemed guest, Master Corporal Walter Bayrock, and his father, Terrence. He joins us here today from 408 Tactical Helicopter Squadron. I would like them to again rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer South.
Distinguished delegation, I introduce to you and through you past President Mr. Bharat Zilka of the Alberta Gujarati Association, which has been serving for 45 years. I ask him to arise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Mr. Speaker, it is my delight to rise and present to you and through you my son, Luke Johnson, and my daughter, Abigail Johnson, and friend, Alyssa DeGear. Please rise and receive the warm and traditional welcome of the Assembly.
Are there others? The honourable member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor to introduce to you and through you members of the Insurance Brokers Association of Alberta who play a vital role in our community, providing essential services and expertise in insurance matters. Their work ensures our citizens are well protected and informed. I ask that they please rise and accept traditional warm welcome of this assembly. Yeah.
Are there others? Seeing none, the clerk.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The honourable member for Calgary Fish Creek has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to rise today and speak on the incredible progress our government is seeing in building more homes for Albertans. Mr. Speaker, the driving force behind the rising cost of homes in our province is a lack of supply. That is why we are being focused on getting shovels in the ground and getting more homes built faster, both on attainable market homes and affordable homes for vulnerable members of our community and low-income Albertans. By focusing on cutting red tape and adding critical elements of predictability, our government has made it easier for our housing partners to build homes. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say the hard work our government is doing is delivering results. According to a recent report from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, this March, our province has seen record growth in new homes. We are seeing 3,122 new homes being built across our province, an increase of over 50% from last year. Mr. Speaker, this brings us to a total of nearly 10,000 new homes so far in 2024, compared to the 6,200 new homes we saw at the same time last year, and we haven't even hit the peak construction season. At the same time, we have also seen record growth in new rental homes. In the last 3 years alone, our province has gotten shovels in the ground on more new purpose-built rentals than in the 15 years before combined. Wow. In the last few years alone, our province has gotten shovels in the ground on more purpose-built rentals combined. This is important, and we're just getting started, Mr. Speaker. Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation has recently reported Alberta and Prairie provinces are expected to continue doing well, citing our affordable home prices and strong economic outlook. And that's thanks to the great work our government has been doing. Our province is leading the way in getting homes built faster. We will make sure that Alberta remains the best province to live, work, and raise a family. And the first step towards this is making sure that our dream of home ownership remains achievable for generations to come. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs has a statement to make.
I'm honoured to speak today to recognize the women of the Canadian Armed Forces Women's Corps 7415, the first women in Canadian Forces history to undergo the same recruit training as men, who are celebrating their 50th anniversary this year. Women have contributed to Canada's military service for more than 100 years, but they have only been fully integrated into all roles for just over 20. Throughout the 90s, the introduction of women into the combat arms doubled the potential recruiting pool, allowing all Canadians to serve their country to the best of their abilities. The women of Corps 7415 said that being a woman in a male-dominated workforce was difficult. So difficult that some had no choice but to leave. Despite the many barriers they faced, they were 57 strong by graduation, led by 2 female corporals. Member Gay Topin became the first female Skyhawk and had her first jump in 1978 in Edmonton. Some of the group's members' other historic firsts include the first woman to be stationed on 415 Flying Squadron, the first supply to earn her airborne jump wings, and the first woman-only Guard of Honour for Ontario's first female Lieutenant Governor, whose members had to fight for the right as women to wear the wedge cap. Today, women and non-binary folks can enroll in any CAF occupation and serve in any environment. That change would not be possible without the sacrifice of the women of Corps 7415 and the many women who bravely followed in their footsteps, breaking new barriers for each achievement. There is a common narrative that in today's society, the feminism is no longer a necessary fight. These women serve as a reminder that the barriers women faced historically are part of Canada's very recent history. They serve as inspiration to continue that fight today, to prove that women can excel in any and all spaces when given the opportunity. To the women of Corps 7415, in honour of your 50th anniversary, thank you for your service, your bravery, and for breaking barriers for women across Canada.
Honourable members, the Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May 1st is an important day in the Medicine Hat region. It marks our 3rd Mental Health Summit. When the Canadian Mental Health Association of Southeastern Alberta unfortunately closed last fall, it left a significant gap in mental health support for residents in my region. As the MLA, I felt that it was crucial to quickly bring together the community of mental health service providers to discuss how we can collectively and collaboratively address these emerging gaps left behind. The meeting consisted of 7 nonprofits in the city and became known as our first Mental Health Summit. We identified several areas requiring attention, including suicide prevention services. As a result, Medicine Hat Family Services was awarded a contract to conduct a community scan to identify community needs around suicide prevention services and to assist the community in addressing this critical issue. In February 2024, we hosted our 2nd summit with a recovery support focus. We expanded again in number of attendees and organizations, including the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction and the Premier. These conversations are critical to shaping a more comprehensive, community-based approach. Next week, we are expanding the summit yet again to include more nonprofits and mental health professionals. The goal, collaborative continuation of identifying gaps and barriers to access the full spectrum and continuum of mental health supports that Hatters need and deserve. By bringing stakeholders together, we can remain responsive to the evolving mental health requirements of the region. I believe this model in hosting community mental health summits should be replicated by MLAs across our province. Mental health is a complex issue that affects 1 in 5 Canadians, including my own family, as we lost my aunt to suicide. I'm proud that Medicine Hat is leading the way and setting an example for coordinated, solution-focused leadership in this vital area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I want to speak about our children. Alberta's children are our future. They are our builders of tomorrow, the guardians of our shared legacy, and the heartbeat of our province. As government, we are obligated to protect and uphold the rights of Alberta's children, to nurture their potential and provide them with a safe, supportive environment so they can thrive, grow, and learn and be the leaders of tomorrow. It is clear to me and to the constituents across this province, Mr. Speaker, that the UCP government is incompetent and incapable of fulfilling this obligation and responsibility to our future leaders. UCP policies consistently undermine the well-being of Alberta's children, from cuts to education, healthcare, and neglecting the impacts of environmental degradation on their future. They have imposed barriers to opportunities, introduced divisive policies into schools, and continue to fail to listen to the self-identified needs of our children and our youth. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the real threat to our children are not trans or gender diverse children. The real threat to our children is a government that would rather politicize their identities than protect their fundamental human rights and well-being. The real threat, Mr. Speaker, is a government that fails to prioritize their education, their health, their safety, instead opting to focus on divisive issues for political gain. We must stand up against harmful agendas and ensure that all children, regardless of their gender, their identity, their religion, their socioeconomic status, their cultural beliefs, that they receive the support and protection they deserve, whether they're in a small town, a big city, or on a First Nation. We know there are record numbers of children going to school on empty stomachs. There are record numbers of children dying in care. We know children are unable to participate in extracurricular activities because of the rising costs in this province. This government must do better.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been much debate in this chamber concerning mental health and addictions, and a renewed focus on these issues is certainly warranted at this time. First, let's recognize all of the good work being done by the expert staff in our mental health system. These folks are making a real difference, saving lives in the face of a rising tide of desperation. We need to celebrate their successes and find inspiration in their efforts. If we're looking for a true Alberta success story, let's start with the Centennial Centre for Mental Health and Brain Injury. The construction of this fine and first psychiatric hospital was officially announced April 19th, 1907. Premier Alexander Rutherford personally inspected the site located near Ponoka, and its doors first opened in 1911. Built for 150 patients, the site also included homes for nurses and doctors, as well as a water tower, a reservoir, and a farm that provided fresh produce for patients and staff. Over the years, the Centennial Centre grew, adding new buildings and cutting-edge programs. Today, the centre provides several services, including treatment specifically for opioid addiction, as well as other severe addictions, acute mental health services, programs designed specifically for seniors, and even telepsychiatry services for underserved rural communities in Alberta. The site is also home to the Halvard Johnson Centre, which provides treatment and rehabilitation for complex brain injuries. It's believed every year about 5,000 Albertans suffer a head injury. Across Canada, new cases of acquired brain injury are 30 times more common than breast cancer. As this Assembly debates the best path forward, I ask that we recognize and thank these doctors and nurses on the front lines fighting this crisis in our communities. Please allow me to begin. To the expert staff at the Centennial Centre in Ponoka, thank you. You matter, and your efforts are greatly appreciated. We can never thank you enough.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West.
Speaker, the UCP just can't seem to read the room. Before the election campaign, the Premier promised she had no plans to gamble with Albertans' pensions, and in the first week stated it was not part of her campaign. 3 months later, though, top priority. They released a report with laughable numbers that everyone immediately rejected as fanciful unless you were employed by the Premier. They rolled out a multi-million-dollar advertising campaign, launched a panel, but Albertans were not buying it. Albertans signed up to the UCP panel to tell them to keep their hands off their retirements. They signed the NDP petition by the tens of thousands. They came out to NDP town halls by the thousands, and they told the government in surveys, emails, letters, phone calls to end this bad plan. But the government just isn't willing to listen. The Finance Minister and the Premier insist that they can still sell this bad idea. And since Albertans telling them no isn't working, there has to be some way that this government will get the message to drop their pension scheme. Skywriting? Morse code? Do they need to see it spelled out in the sky using fireworks? Do they need to see it on lawn signs across Alberta? Well, some of this might be far-fetched, but lawn signs are not. As long as this government is still fixated on gambling with Albertans' pensions, the NDP opposition will not stop defending Albertans' retirement security. Hands off our CPP, coming to a front lawn near you. Yeah.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Honourable Government House Leader has a notice of motion.
Indeed I do, Mr. Speaker. I rise to provide oral notice of Bill 20, the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024, sponsored by the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Introduction of bills, tabling returns and reports.
The time is now 1:50. And that makes it oral question period. And the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition has question 1.
Mr. Speaker, after 5 years in office, the UCP have taken our growing and diversifying energy grid and given Albertans brownouts, warnings about power usage, and higher electricity rates than in any other province. Our government's capacity market plan would have addressed both price volatility and supply shortages, but the UCP scrapped it. So, to the Premier, will she now admit that the UCP's fit of partisan pique and subsequent scrapping of the capacity market without any plans ready to replace it has driven Alberta into the mess we are now all experiencing?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What has driven us into the mess is an early phase-out of coal, which cost a minimum of $4 billion, then the build of intermittent power, of solar and wind, which requires backup, so you have to build the system twice, plus additional distribution and transmission charges, plus the fact that they never addressed the issue of local access fees charged by Calgary that was also inflating the cost of bills. Those are the reasons why we have the high power prices that we do right now and the uncertainty, and that's what we're going to fix, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, a lot of those ideas were very fictional, Mr. Speaker. The actions of that government led AESO to be accused of discriminatory and anti-competitive practices, blocking growth of the grid and curtailing supply from intertie partners. All of this is allegedly costing Alberta electricity consumers billions of dollars per year, and these claims are also supported by the Alberta Chamber of Commerce and the 22,000 businesses it represents. So to the Premier, why is she allowing this kind of chaos and discord to grow under her government's watch? It's been 5 years, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Premier.
I find it amazing, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite didn't fix any of the problems that they're now so passionately concerned about now. My Minister of Affordability and Utilities has made it very clear that we are going to be expanding all of our intertie capacity, not only with British Columbia, but also down south, and in addition, going east as well to our friends in Saskatchewan. So stay tuned, Mr. Speaker. We look at this issue as all hands on deck. We need to build more base load power. We need to create more certainty in the market. We need to bring more power on, and we need to do more interties.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what they've been doing for 5 years, and all of the problems has actually been happening under their watch. The Market Surveillance Administrator is currently investigating Alberta's power grid. Other jurisdictions have found the right balance, but here, major international investors question our competitive fairness. There are brownouts during the lowest demand time of the year, unexpected restrictions on power, and through it all, electricity rates higher than any other province in the country, and it wasn't that way when we were in charge. So again, to the Premier, when will she stop pointing fingers and start fixing the problem?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if we could turn back the clock, then perhaps the members opposite would have realized that they couldn't take baseload power off until they had baseload power available to replace it. That's the problem that we've been having, is that we have a lot of intermittent power that, as we recall, when it gets to minus 35, there's zero solar and zero wind, and as a result, we need to be able to bring on baseload natural gas. That's what we're building. We will have 2,700 new megawatts of natural gas power coming on this year, and that will help, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
Mr. Speaker, it was plus 20 when her natural gas power plants failed. Anyway, this Premier is also on a mission to feed chaos in our public health care system so she can justify scrapping it. She'll deny it, but actions speak louder than words. A media report today revealed the government has found 40 health clinics in Alberta charging membership fees for basic health care. This Premier claims she'd shut down the very fees she once advocated for. Instead, we're looking at a 300% increase. To the Premier, does her so-called crackdown on members-only medicine sound to her like it's been successful?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to correct the record, there was 900 megawatts of wind that didn't show up that day that we also had pressure on the grid. What I will say about the investigation that we have done into the Marda Loop facility and others is we wanted to get to the bottom of it. You'll recall Marda Loop said that they were allowing people to pay a membership fee for access, faster access to insured services. You cannot do that. It is against the law. You cannot charge somebody for faster access to doctor services or to hospital services, and that is not happening in the province, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Her ministry says there's a 300% increase of that happening in the province. As well, since coming to office, the UCP has ushered in motel medicine, hallway healthcare, and now 40 clinics, spreading like weeds, making people pay. Members-only medicine means that those who can least afford it have to pay out of pocket for their health care. So to the Premier, her health minister promised she'd take action. Is the failure of her minister the result of incompetence, or was it always the UCP's plan to expand and grow members-only medicine?
The Honourable the Premier has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would invite the member opposite to read the Canada Health Act to know what is covered and what is not. What is covered is doctor services and hospital services. What is not covered are things like travel advice and
Order. The Honourable the Premier is the only one with the call.
Is not covered and clinics are allowed to charge for is travel advice and immunizations, doctor's notes or letters, elective cosmetic surgery, physiotherapy, chiropractic services, nutrition services, some lab and diagnostic imaging services, and several other things. As long as these clinics are charging for the things that are allowed and not charging for the things that they can't charge for, we are fine with that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that sounds like a heartfelt defense of a grey area that's going to make people pay for access. In Alberta, there's already a growing doctor shortage. Medicenters closing all over the province. NICUs dangerously understaffed, and we're short hundreds and hundreds of hospital beds across the province. The Premier's response has been to cancel construction of a hospital, expand private surgical centres, and oversee and defend a 300% increase in cash for access clinics. So to the Premier, will she finally admit that two-tier pay-as-you-go medicine has been her plan all along?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, no one is going to pay out of pocket for publicly funded health care, and that is access to doctor services and access to hospital services. On the issue of NICU, we're watching it very, very closely. I'm pleased to report today, because the members opposite keep trying to panic parents. We want parents to be assured that there are 69 spaces out of 327 open today, including 25 NICU beds available in Edmonton Zone, 22 in Calgary Zone, 2 in Red Deer, 13 in South Zone, and 7 in Grand Prairie.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Southwest is next.
Alberta is facing an affordability crisis, and instead of doing anything about it, this government has sat back while wages for Albertans have stagnated. Albertans know that their wages haven't kept up with how expensive everything's getting. The cost of living crisis in our province is real because the job-killing policies of the UCP are hurting, and Albertans can feel it. Albertans are hit with the highest inflation rate in the country. To the Minister, why are Albertans not seeing wages keep up with the high cost of living?
Good question.
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade.
Mr. Speaker, today the NDP criticized Alberta's wages. Alberta has the highest wages in the country. Today the NDP criticized Alberta's productivity. Alberta has the highest productivity in the country. And the NDP criticized...
Order. The Honourable the Minister is the one with the call.
And the NDP criticized our policies, which they are characterized job killing. Over the last 6 months, 90% of the private sector jobs added in Canada were added where? Here. In Alberta. 83,000 jobs over the last 12 months alone. So, Mr. Speaker, it's fortunate that the United Conservative Government is representing Alberta, because when it comes to Alberta, the NDP have nothing positive to say.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans face skyrocketing rent prices and ever-increasing housing prices. People are paying huge utility bills and the most expensive electricity rates in Canada, high insurance rates, high cost of living. Statistics Canada has found we have completely stagnant wage growth. Government policy must focus on growing prosperity so that everyone can benefit from our economy, not just those with already deep pockets. Will the government acknowledge more must be done to help Albertans keep up?
Yep.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade.
Mr. Speaker, today the NDP also criticized the Alberta Advantage. Alberta does have the highest wages in the country. We have the lowest taxes. Alberta has the best combination of opportunity, quality of life, and competitive cost of living in Canada. That's why we've seen over 200,000 people move to Alberta over the last 12 months. That's why 322 major projects representing over $82 billion of investment is currently under construction. I ask again, can the NDP find something positive to say about Alberta?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Mr. Speaker, it's about wages. Stagnant wages means some families may not be able to buy healthy food because they can't afford it. Stagnant wage growth means students might have to take a semester off so they can afford textbooks. Stagnant wage growth means Albertans will have trouble keeping up with escalating mortgage payments or trouble finding an affordable place to rent thanks to skyrocketing prices.
Yep.
Why is this government not focused on getting down to governing, focusing on prosperity and ensuring that everyday Albertans aren't struggling to get by?
Yep.
The Honourable Minister Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade.
Mr. Speaker, stagnant wages. That sounds like 2015 to 2019 under the NDP. When the members opposite cost us 183,000 jobs, tens of billions of investments, they literally told people to seek work in other provinces, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
Yes, their track record speaks for itself. We're going to keep managing the economy, and we recommend the NDP stick to other topics.
The honourable member for Banff, Calgary Varsity.
Over 800,000 Albertans have no access to a family doctor, so many are forced to rely on the emergency room or walk-in clinics. Medi-centres in southwest Edmonton and northwest Edmonton are already closed, stating, quote, "The reimbursement from the Alberta government isn't enough to cover the cost of operating a clinic." Why is the minister letting even more Albertans lose access to their only source of primary care? Will she act to prevent these closures?
The Honourable the Minister of Health has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, we want to make sure that every Albertan has an attachment to a primary care provider, whether that is a doctor, nurse practitioner, pharmacy-led clinic, etc. Mr. Speaker, the members' office continue to interrupt, so it's hard to tell them that, in fact, Mr. Speaker, all of the supports that we are providing to family physicians. Again, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite, being a physician, should know that these are private clinics and these are private business owners, Mr. Speaker, making decisions that's best for them.
The honourable member for Calgary Varsity.
A family practice in South Edmonton reported that they are closing. This will impact 7,000 patients because they can't afford the rent because 2 of the doctors are retiring. This means there will be even more Albertans forced to rely on overcrowded emergency rooms for their healthcare needs. There are not enough family doctors to meet Albertans' needs, and costs are rising. We heard yesterday about how this government is failing smaller practices. Is the minister really about to allow the sky-high rent under the UCP to block people from necessary primary care?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, business owners make decisions that are in the best interest of their businesses. That being said, I do want to thank those doctors that are retiring for their long years of service to Alberta. I think we should thank all physicians, and I'm sure that hopefully they'll enjoy their retirement years. Mr. Speaker, we are in fact providing over $2 billion worth of supports into primary care. When you look at the over $200 million over 2 years to stabilize primary health care, $57 million to support panel management, $40 million over 2 years to support primary care networks, $12 million to community information integration. And
the honourable member for Calgary Varsity.
The UCP is failing healthcare in South Edmonton with their cancellation of the South Edmonton Hospital and with the Premier telling people to hit the highway to Red Deer if they need help. The UCP is failing healthcare in rural Alberta by blocking smaller practices from the support they need to stay open. And now they're failing healthcare in North Edmonton by allowing clinics to close because of skyrocketing rent and inability to recruit physicians to this province. People need help today, not next week, not next month, not a year from now. What's the minister doing today to ensure not a single other clinic is forced to close their doors under her watch?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we are working very closely with the Alberta Medical Association and with the College of Physicians and Surgeons to make sure that we have the doctors, the family practitioners, the rural generalists that we need in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. That is why we've been able to work collaboratively over an extensive engagements with the Alberta Medical Association to come up with a new funding framework for family physicians, Mr. Speaker. Even the AMA president is touting how well we have worked together, Mr. Speaker, to find real solutions to real problems rather than creating fear like the members opposite.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning has a question to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, the Minister of Environment and Protected Areas announced major water share agreements with Bow, Old Man, and Red Deer River Basin. These historic agreements are designed to bring Albertans together to address the current multi-year drought. This is a necessary step to give Albertans confidence in the drought response. Yet, these agreements won't be activated until triggered. when things get worse. Even then, the 5 listed triggers are vague and just a list of data is being collected. Our reservoirs are far below capacity right now, so why don't these agreements come into force today?
The Honourable Minister of Environment Protected Areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I announced on Friday, we did launch the largest water sharing agreements in our province's history. This was very well received by all of our major water users. Why it is not activated right now is at the end of April. We expect our updated snowpack data that will let us know a little bit more precise information what things are going to look like over the coming months, and that will be when we're able to make a decision on whether or not we need to activate those plans. Mr. Speaker, it was really, truly amazing to see so many people come together to really roll up their sleeves and ensure everybody has access to water this spring, summer, and fall.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the drought emergency plan was supposed to be announced on Friday, but it wasn't, and given that this plan should define our emergency response to drought to protect communities and livestock, and given that this plan should also connect to a wildfire emergency response plan to ensure water is available to fight wildfires, and given that climate change models show we can expect more frequency and intense drought, and given that postponing this work reduces confidence in the government's response to this year and into future years. To the Minister, when can Albertans expect to see the drought emergency plan, and when is it going to take effect?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Protected Areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've been very clear with Albertans that these were going to be very separate announcements, so I'm not sure why the NDP continues to share that misinformation. I also want to confirm, of course, that when we brought all of those major water users together, we did so in the spirit that Albertans always show of helping out their neighbours, coming together to make sure that every user within a system has access to water. Mr. Speaker, I can also say, of course, we do know that drought conditions increase risk of wildfires. If conditions affect water availability, Alberta Wildfire has contracts for water delivery ready and in place as well.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that water sharing agreements make several important recommendations that aren't implemented and don't include enforcement, and given one of the recommendations is for industry to use the minimum amount of water and to look for additional water conservation opportunities, but includes zero supports to help them do it. And given that small water license holders don't always have the technology to measure their water use, and there are also no supports to help them, what enforcement program does the minister have in place to ensure that when these agreements are activated, they'll actually work and the communities will have the supports they need to do it?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think that this is an important discussion to have. These water sharing agreement discussions are really setting us up for the bigger conversations that we need to have about water, not only now, but into Alberta's future. I do just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that while the NDP likes to criticize the amazing Albertans, whether that be in our ag and irrigation industry, or, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to industry or municipalities, this was exceptional work. I applaud their leadership. I'm grateful for it, and I do want to quote Randy Taylor, the Reeve of the County of Warner, who said, quote, "I think these agreements will help in a big way, not just us acting alone. It's not just irrigators acting alone. It's all of us saying we will work together."
The order. The Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal NDP coalition in Ottawa continues to fumble with the gun buyback program. The NDP's bosses in Ottawa are more interested in targeting law-abiding Canadians rather than the criminals who are endangering public safety. Can the Minister of Justice shed light on what the ongoing failures of the NDP and Liberal coalition regarding the gun-back program and reassure Albertans, law-abiding firearms owners and businesses that their concerns are being addressed right now?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The list of failures of this Liberal NDP coalition is very, very long, but I want to assure all law-abiding firearms community members that on this side of the House, we will continue to stand up against Ottawa's intrusion on this issue. I'm immensely proud of the work that our Chief Firearms Office has done in this province. Dr. Terry Bryan, our Alberta Chief Firearms Officer, is the envy of the entire country and perhaps North America, and she continues to advocate for a comprehensive review of confiscation programs and the negative impact on law-abiding hunters, collectors, and target shooters in this province. On this this side of the House, Mr. Speakers, we will firmly stand behind lawful gun owners.
The honourable member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that response. Given that the federal gun buybacks program has been causing uncertainty for many businesses, and given that Alberta's repeated warnings about the ineffectiveness of this program, to the same minister, how are you standing up for Albertans against federal overreach in the firearms regulations? Hands off our guns, Trudeau.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta has stated over and over again that the failed buyback program will not significantly improve public safety, as it doesn't even target those involved in criminal activity and gun violence. Albertans can be assured that we are actively advocating for Alberta's interests in firearm regulation amid ongoing discussions and consultations with provincial stakeholders. You will be pleased to know that our government continues to fund the Alberta Chief Firearms Office at the same level as previous years to ensure that the ACFO is sufficiently resourced to process these transactions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to the Minister for the response. Given that the federal government's misguided approach is not just costing Alberta businesses, but also diverting resources away from addressing public safety, and given that the Canada Post has refused to participate in the federal construction and confiscation program, compounding the problem, to the same minister, what specific actions are you taking to ensure that the federal government doesn't shoot itself in the foot with this ill-conceived firearms policy?
The Honourable Minister.
Government tends to do that more often than not, but indeed, Canadian firearm owners are still waiting for concrete details about how this buyback program will actually work, and I think the evidence is obviously clear. Canada Post refuses to participate in the buyback program, and it's just one more glaring example of how out of touch Ottawa is, how out of touch the Prime Minister is in the implementation of this failed and disastrous program.
The honourable member for Calgary Elbow has a question.
It took 48 years for the Alberta Heritage Savings Trust Fund to reach $22 billion. The Premier now wants the fund to hit $400 in just another 26. In fact, the Heritage Fund, which on average has grown by $2 billion annually, would now need to grow by $16 billion annually. And when we asked about this, we learned that the Premier has commissioned yet another report, I assume because her CPP one was so popular. Will the Minister commit to a public release date for this Heritage Fund report?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We commissioned a study by a group to look at just that, the asset composition of the Heritage Fund, because the Premier has a vision to really apply a new vision of the Heritage Fund that we haven't seen since the times of Peter Lougheed. What we know right now is when governments have used the fund to take the retained earnings and put into general revenue, you're kind of at it looking for a different purpose. The fund currently has about 20% in fixed income. These are some of the things that will need to be changed. The Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund saw 16%.
The honourable member for Calgary Elbow.
Given that reports say for the Heritage Fund to reach even $300 billion, annual government operations increases would need to be cut by nearly half. And given the Heritage Fund has only ever grown at a snail's pace, can the Minister tell us if he plans to cut funds to healthcare, or will it be education to fund this pipe dream?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the most rapid growth we've seen in the Heritage Fund has been over our 5 years in government. From $16.7 billion to what we're predicting will be $25 billion by the end of this fiscal year. So we'll take no advice from that side of the House. The plan that we're going to articulate to Albertans later this year will clearly show that the plan is based around growth, not around dedicated deposits. We need to be dedicated and committed as leaders of Alberta to leave the retained earnings in the fund. That is the main piece of the strategy.
Member for Calgary Elbow.
Given Given that the 3-month Heritage Fund value added was negative 70 basis points, the 9-month negative 100, the 1-year negative 100, and the 5-year negative 10 basis points, and underperforms the CPP over a 10-year horizon, and given the Premier wants to fork over all Albertans' pensions to be managed by AIMCO, which consistently destroys value, and given that I've watched oak trees grow faster than the Heritage Fund, can the Minister explain why this government is so willing to put Albertans' hard-earned, secure, sustainably managed pensions under such great risk?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Well, it was started in '76, and like I said in my previous answer, 16.7 to 25 billion. That's quite an oak tree, Mr. Speaker. I think Albertans should be proud of what we've seen and proud of where we're going. AIMCO's total fund return for this year was below their benchmark. When you compare it to other Canadian funds that have already reported for 2023, 4 have reported. AIMCO's outperformed 3 of them. I would also point to some of the challenges in the commercial real estate portfolios of funds like this across Canada. Ontario Pension Plan, 1.9%.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Edgemont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, we learned some absolutely heartbreaking news. Among women in Alberta aged 20 to 24, the rate of stillbirths has doubled. And for those young women aged 15 to 19, it has quadrupled. Treatment is possible with access to a family doctor, but thousands of Albertans do not have that access. What is the Minister doing to ensure young Albertans have access to prenatal care necessary to carry their pregnancies to term?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you to the member for the question. As a mother of 7 children myself, grandmother of 8, I know how important it is to have prenatal care for young women and women in general who are having children. Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to make sure that we add to the physician workforce, but we're also looking at nurse practitioners, and I'm looking to have an announcement very soon on that. We've been working very diligently with the nurse practitioners in this province to make sure that we have a funding model that will allow them to have autonomous practices.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Edgemont.
Given the alarming rise of stillbirths among adolescents due to the factors like syphilis, that need comprehensive sexual education couldn't be more urgent. Given the scarcity of resources in addressing critical health issues, the UCP's decision to make sexual health education opt-in only makes a bad situation worse. Given the gravity of the situation, it's baffling that the government would choose to restrict access to vital information on safety and well-being. How can the UCP justify stripping away educational lifelines precisely when our youth need them the most?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, we're doing nothing of the sort. Alberta has a very robust curriculum in terms of providing proper education to students with respect to sexual health, with respect to consent, with respect to human reproduction and human sexuality. These courses will be continue to be taught, and of course we want to make sure that parents, as always, are in the driver's seat as it relates to their children's education.
Honourable Member.
Given the research found a spike in stillbirths stated, quote, with everything being cut, there's not a lot of money to fix this problem. Given that Alberta Health said an investigation into the rates of stillbirth in Alberta is ongoing, will the Minister fund this investigation and fund health supports needed to implement any recommendations today?
Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have allocated $10 million to the Women's Health Foundation in Edmonton. We've also matched that down in Calgary so that we have over $20 million going into health research specifically around women, Mr. Speaker, because there are unique challenges that women face through their reproductive years, but also through their whole lives. Mr. Speaker, it's really, really important. The member opposite is correct in that Alberta has some of the highest syphilis rates in all of Canada. We need to address this. I've added additional dollars to make sure that we are addressing this serious problem in Alberta.
The order. The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents have raised concerns over daunting conditions and unpaved portions of Highway 628. I'm familiar with this concern myself. When I first drove that road back in 1996, I felt its conditions seemed inconsistent with the condition of other provinces' roads. Can the Minister of Transportation please provide this Assembly and my constituents with an update on the plans on upgrade of Highway 628?
The Honourable the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Drayton Valley, Devon, and for the tour of this road. Mr. Speaker, Budget 24 actually has engineering dollars in it, and land acquisition along this road is going to happen right after that, and we are going to break up this project into 2 phases, Mr. Speaker. The first will be 5 kilometers from 231st Street to Highway 60. The second will be an 11-kilometer stretch from Highway 60 to Campsite Road. And there's also going to be paving, Mr. Speaker, on Highway 779 and Golden Spike Road, Mr. Speaker. This is a priority, and we're going to get it done.
Member for Drayton Valley, Devon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that the thousands of vehicles traveling Highway 628 every single day, and further given that the Parkland County, Stony Plain, and Spruce Grove represent some of the fastest growing municipalities in Alberta, to the same Minister, is the province looking to upgrading this road sometime in the near future?
Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the answer is yes. In the longer-term expansion of this area, Mr. Speaker, there will be a 4-lane divided freeway, and obviously the growth of Edmonton, Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, and Parkland County is impressive. That's why this budget actually has $2.2 billion over 3 years for the Edmonton region. And Mr. Speaker, you don't have to be an Oilers fan to know that investing in Edmonton is good for the entire province.
The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley, Devon.
Thank you, Minister, and to the Speaker and to the Minister. Given that Highway 16 regularly sees large volumes of vehicles, and further given that any potential Highway 628 upgrades will eventually result in some traffic during construction, to the same Minister, will plans to upgrade Highway 628 keep the relationship between the road in mind with respect to the traffic volumes and delays during construction?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we're obviously planning for growth in this region, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at a study from Highway 16 from Anthony Henday Drive to Highway 779. And yes, obviously construction times are always difficult when they're actually being built. But obviously with the future plan, when we actually get this project built, is going to be huge benefits for the people of this region. But Mr. Speaker, Transportation Economic Corridors budget is $3.3 billion this year. Sadly, the NDP saddled all Albertans with $80 billion in debt, and we're having to pay $3.3 billion just to pay off that interest and debt, Mr. Speaker. It's something that we want to make sure, whether the Liberals take over the NDP party, that never happens again.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
This government trades in the politics of grievances with the federal government, grievances with fellow Albertans, grievances with municipalities, grievances with the weather. Yet when Albertans bring our grievances to the government, they deflect, throwing out words like misinformation, mistaken, and the laughable claim that no one has ever done a better job in the history of government. The town of Hinton recently highlighted one of the ways the UCP is failing to get the job done for Albertans, waiting a year for ministerial approval of road closure bylaws, which before the UCP would take 30 days. To the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors, why is it taking a year to do something that used to take a month?
The Honourable the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the NDP and their track record when they tried to build roads in this province, Mr. Speaker, it's just been terrible. I mean, I just said the $3.3 billion of debt that we have to pay in this year's budget.
Order, 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 order. You might not like the answer, but the Minister is entitled to give it. The Honourable the Minister of Transportation.
We could have doubled this year's Transportation Economic Corridor budget, Mr. Speaker, had we not had to pay for the $80 billion of failed NDP legacy debt that was also $3.3 billion, Mr. Speaker. So we'll take no lessons when it comes to the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
Given that we're talking about you doing your job, Minister, and given that this government is holding up development permits in municipalities like Hinton, and given that Hinton waited nearly a year for the Minister to approve 2 right-of-way closure bylaws it submitted in fall 2022, and the town is still waiting for approval of another one that was sent in a year ago in May 2023, given the requirement to have a Minister approve Municipal bylaws is another example of unnecessary red tape. Given the minister's delay to get his work done is slowing down economic development and raising construction costs, how is the minister going to address this grievance of his own creation?
The Honourable the Minister of Transportation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we obviously, when it comes to development permits, Mr. Speaker, we work with the communities so that when there is going to have a new area that will be developed that is actually closely aligned with any road closures that would have to accommodate whether it's freeway traffic or otherwise. But Mr. Speaker, when it comes to municipalities, again, this year's budget of the $3.3 billion, $900 million in grants are directly going out to municipalities. What a historic number going out to municipalities to make sure that they know that the provincial government has their back.
Order, order, order. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
Given I understand there is already a government process for development within 800 metres of a highway, given that this process is normally expedient and takes weeks, not months, given ministerial approval by the UCP chief gatekeepers takes forever because of the minister's distractions like organizing municipal political parties, will the government commit to getting rid of the unnecessary requirement for a minister's signature to authorize municipal road closure bylaws and actually help municipalities for a change?
Minister of Transport.
I wish the member could have pivoted from his question and he would have actually listened to the $900 million in grants that we're directly giving to municipalities to help them build and grow. But, Mr. Speaker, in our budget, the $3.3 billion budget, we actually have 151 engineering projects, Mr. Speaker, so we are providing money for our provincial road network of 64,000 lane kilometres and over 5,000 bridges, but we're also helping municipalities grow and expand, Mr. Speaker, through incredible amounts of investment and grants going out to municipalities all across this province.
The Honourable Member for Athabasca, Barrhead Westlaw.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to strengthening and enhancing our primary health care system and has, through the Modernizing Alberta's Primary Health Care System MAPS initiative, embarked on a transformative journey in our health care system. The MAPS initiative will ensure all Albertans, regardless of location, have access to timely, appropriate health care services. Can the Minister of Health provide an update on the progress in implementing the MAPS recommendations and how these initiatives are improving access to primary health care right across this province?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy to. Alberta Health has released the 2-year MAPS implementation plan. However, work has already begun on many of the initiatives, such as announcing a framework for a new family physician compensation model in collaboration with the Alberta Medical Association, providing funding to upgrade and expand the Alberta Find a Doctor platform that connects Albertans with physicians and nurse practitioners, developing initiatives to reduce the administrative burden and maintenance costs of increasing patient caseloads, and we will continue to improve primary care access right across this province, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Athabasca Barrhead Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Alberta is undergoing a transformative period in healthcare, and given that as part of this effort, Alberta Health is establishing 12 new regional advisory councils and 1 Indigenous advisory council, and further given that these councils will play a crucial role in reflecting local voices and community perspectives in our healthcare system, can the Minister explain how these advisory councils will address the diverse healthcare needs across our province and ensure that local voices are heard in healthcare decision-making?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, members of each council will reflect a diverse range of voices and experiences in their communities and will bring forward various local priorities. Healthcare workers, Indigenous and municipal leaders who understand the unique needs of their communities and general members of the public will help these important councils. Mr. Speaker, we will work to ensure that the council's valuable advice and recommendations are taken into consideration, and we will identify opportunities to better support local healthcare decision-making right across this province. It's so important to hear from the local voices, Mr. Speaker. I've seen that throughout the engagement sessions that we've had, and I'm really proud of the work we're doing in this.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the unique challenges faced by different regions in Alberta and the need to have tailor-based solutions to effectively respond to the healthcare needs of Albertans across the province, and given the importance of incorporating frontline healthcare workers, patients, families, caregivers, and other community members' perspectives into the healthcare planning, can the Minister share how the new advisory councils will engage with these individuals and ensure their valuable insights are considered in healthcare policy and planning?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. The councils will directly advise government and the new primary acute care, continuing care, and mental health and addiction organizations, on clinical service planning, and on capital and on workforce planning. Councils will also engage with their communities and put forward tailored-based solutions to address unique challenges in their region, Mr. Speaker. I am looking forward to the creation of the new advisory councils, and I'm also certain that they will be an excellent addition to Alberta's healthcare decision-making process, Mr. Speaker. It's long overdue. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for nearly 100 years, CKUA has been supporting and promoting artists and the arts in Alberta, an invaluable and essential public service. In 2023 alone, they played music by over 1,000 Alberta artists alongside hundreds of interviews with artists, festival planners, other creatives across our province, a true voice of Alberta. The Minister of Arts and Culture could hardly find a better partner to help fulfill her mandate of promoting and celebrating our unique cultural identity and heritage, so to the Minister. Over 7,000 Albertans have stepped up to support CKUA. Will you and your government join them?
The Honourable Minister of Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I previously said in this House, I agree CKUA is an important institution that has helped preserve and promote Alberta's unique culture and heritage. However, again, the funds that CKUA needs would go primarily towards debt servicing. We need to be responsible with the province's finances, and as the member opposite know, and I will say again, significant portions of CKUA's challenges relate to their debt obligations. Capital grants are intended to build new assets or enhance the productivity of Albertans. Requests for debt repayments or endowments, which CKUA requested funds for, do not match that.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Given the Minister knows that CKUA also made a second ask, not for debt financing, but for $2.5 million in operational bridge funding, and given the Minister knows, despite CKUA's enormous contributions, her government only funds about 1% of their annual budget, and given that if this government truly wants more Alberta and less Ottawa, investing in our own local public broadcaster who promotes Alberta arts is a great way to get there, and given even a small provincial investment would help unlock federal dollars, more of our fair share. To the Minister, will you at least commit to meeting with CKUA to discuss direct support?
The Honourable Minister of Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met with CKUA months and months before the members opposite did, and given the member opposite should know that this Conservative government has supported CKUA through the years, from a $5 million investment from a Conservative government in 2012 for the purchase and renovation of the Alberta Hotel, to our government since 2019 has provided CKUA with over...
Order. The Honourable the Minister of Arts and Culture has the call.
And the member from Calgary Buffalo should check his facts. In a previous statement, he had indicated this government has provided no funding to CKUA. False. Since 2019, our government has provided over $450,000 to CKUA.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Given, Mr. Speaker, this government has happily spent $90 million on off-brand, ultimately unusable children's Tylenol. $250,000 on the Premier's personal friend and long-term advisor, Preston Manning. Nearly $1 million on sole source contracts for her supporters, friends, and former colleagues, including her former leadership campaign manager, the president of the Premier's previous party, and Alberta Council, a legal lobbying group run by the Premier's former colleague and Wildrose MLA. So it's clear, given that it's clear they have no issues spending freely on the Premier's pet political projects and personal friends, why not an investment in something that actually helps all Albertans? CKUA.
The Honourable Minister of Arts and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the member opposite should ask their leaders in Ottawa why in a recent budget of $100 million, while they gave zero money in media to CKUA, a public broadcaster, they had no problem giving $42 million to their public broadcaster friends at the CBC. They also committed $58 million to help promote local journalism, which includes fund for radio stations, nothing to the CKUA. And the Trudeau Singh Coalition has funded organizations similar to the CKUA in Eastern Canada, but once again left Alberta with nothing.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Calgary Northeast are struggling with the impact of UCP's affordability crisis. failure to build the much-needed schools, failure to ensure access to needed health care. The last thing they should have to be concerned about is the UCPs putting their retirements at risk with their risky pension scheme. Tens of thousands of Albertans have told the UCP to stop their pension grab. Will the minister start listening?
Hear, hear. The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury
Mr.
Board.
Speaker, it's always a special day when we get to come into this House, but today's a rare day because although our bosses are always here, because we listen to Albertans, the opposition's boss was actually in town today talking about the CPP, the APP idea, saying that he doesn't respect the wills and wants of Albertans, that he would pursue unconstitutional things. What we're committed to with this idea is getting some clarity for Albertans so we can hopefully provide them some great benefit.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast.
Given that the UCP's own panel told them that there were no issues with the Canada Pension Plan, given that small businesses, chambers of commerce, municipalities, retirees in the majority of Alberta, including a majority of UCP's supporters, oppose this pension plan, given that despite getting this message loud and clear, the UCP is still moving forward, planning to waste more money and time on this non-starter of an idea, how many more millions will this government waste in pursuit of an idea that Albertans do not want?
Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the opposition would be scared of the wills and wants and desires of Albertans. Why they need to get their party leader.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance is the one with the call.
Like I was saying, Jagmeet Singh out on the steps outside this building talking about an Alberta issue that is very clear that when all of the provinces signed on to this, that there was a withdrawal formula and that they wouldn't have signed in if they wasn't a way that they could exit. We're having a conversation right now about what that looks like. We've involved the chief actuary. We're waiting to hear back.
Order, order, order. The only one with the call is the Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast.
Given that the UCP have refused to consult with anyone other than the Premier, ignoring the tens of thousands of Albertans who signed the petition for the Alberta NDP who came to in-person town halls, given that the UCP broke their promise for in-person town halls, given that the UCP are hiding the results of the pension surveys they did, and given that it is clear that this is an idea being driven out of the Premier's office, will the Minister start listening to Albertans rather than the Premier's office and commit to ending this scheme today?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, the President of Treasury Board.
I will listen to the Premier and I'll listen to Albertans. Like we said in the Alberta Pension Protection Act last fall, this idea will never go anywhere without the explicit consent of Albertans through a referendum. So once again, what are you so afraid of? Why do you have to call the mothership and get the big boss out on the steps here to show Albertans clearly who you answer to and who your boss is? We will not back down from getting clarity and working through this with Albertans.
Order, 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 order. The Honourable Member for Tabor-Warner has a question.
Mr. Speaker, the primary justification first proposed to fund governments was to protect people from violence. For years, the federal government has been failing in this capacity for the town of Coaldale in my riding. For every other municipality in Canada, Mr. Speaker, the federal government has split the cost of policing with the municipalities. For Coaldale, the federal government is forcing it to pay all its costs for policing on its own. To the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services, can you please tell the House how our Alberta government is stepping up for the town of Coaldale?
The Honourable the Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member not only for the question, but for being such a great advocate for the community, not only of Coaldale. Mr. Speaker, he is correct. Coaldale is the only municipality in all of Canada that has to pay the full cost of their policing contract, Mr. Speaker. So we have stepped up to the plate where the federal government has failed yet again. That NDP Liberal coalition has failed yet again, and especially folks in rural Alberta. We've made them whole. We provided $550,000, and we're going to make people safe in Coaldale, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member Tabor-Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for that welcome news. Given that we cannot wait for the federal government to act on the safety of Albertans, and given that our government will not sit idly by as our communities like Coaldale reach out for help with policing. Can the same minister please let the House know what other funding is being provided to help ensure the safety of all Albertans?
Honourable the Deputy Premier.
Speaker, we provide $377.8 million for the provincial RCMP contract, Mr. Speaker, and that's a $20.9 million increase from the previous year, Mr. Speaker. So we are doing what we're supposed to do. What we're asking is the federal government needs to be doing what they're supposed to be doing. And, Mr. Speaker, we're 21.9% short in the amount of officers we're supposed to have, Mr. Speaker. That's a cost of $16 million of services that we're not getting, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're going to support the people in rural Alberta, and we're going to make sure that rural Albertans are taken care of.
The honourable member for Taber-Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for that response. Given that the RCMP has a vacancy rate of over 21% on average in Alberta, and given that while the hardworking and selfless men and women of the RCMP are doing their best to protect Albertans, additional help is still needed to improve safety in this province. To the same minister, can he please let this House know how Bill 11 will help improve public safety to ensure that Albertans have the protection and peace of mind that they deserve?
The Deputy Premier.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Despite what the members opposite think, all Albertans have rights. Rural Albertans have rights, Mr. Speaker. That's right. You know what? And there are areas within rural Alberta, Mr. Speaker, that don't even have 24-hour coverage. Now, I know the members opposite don't want to check their urban privilege cards, but, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are going to respect the people in rural Alberta. We're going to make sure that Bill 11, we're going to make sure we have police officers to respond to calls of service, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we respect rural Alberta, respect law enforcement.
This concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds, order. In 30 seconds or less, we will continue with the remainder of the daily routine. Edmonton South has a tabling.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling articles from post-secondary researchers, profs, and media condemning Bill 18 as an unprecedented attack on Albertans and a call for government to scrap this bill.
Member for Calgary Buffalo.
James Judoin also has a letter to around Bill 18 wanting to repeal it, saying it's interfering with critical funding for the City of Calgary and other municipalities around housing.
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the first one is from Coaldale, thanking the Alberta government for Bill 18 and our support for their policing. Also, yesterday's column from the Alberta Treasury branch highlighting how many homes are being built in Alberta and what a high percentage are multifamily.
Order. It's a rare occasion in the Assembly when a member is being heckled during tablings. Perhaps it's not that funny, actually. Perhaps we can show a small amount of respect to the minister who has just shown the same sort of respect for others in the Assembly who were tabling. The Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second tabling is yesterday's Alberta Treasury branch newsletter talking about how many homes record are being built in Alberta and highlighting the high percentage of multifamily homes affordable being built in Alberta.
Tablings. The Honourable, no. Circle the calendar. Are there others? Seeing none.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, that brings us to points of order, of which there were none, and a gold star for everyone. The Honourable, the official opposition deputy House Leader, I believe, is rising on a request for unanimous consent.
Thank you. That's correct, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek unanimous consent of the House to move to 1-minute bells for the duration of Committee of Whole, including the first bell in the Committee of Whole.
Honourable members, this is a request for unanimous consent. It is a departure, as the Honourable member has asked for the first bell after going into committee to also be included as a 1-minute bell, and 1-minute bells for the remainder of the afternoon. I will ask only one question. Is there anyone opposed? If so, indicate now. Unanimous consent has been granted. Orders of the day, orders du jour.
Committee of the Whole. Members, I'd like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 12, the Consumer Protection Life Leases Amendment Act 2024. We are on Amendment A1 as moved so by the Honourable Member for Leduc Beaumont. Are there any members wishing to join the debate on Amendment A1? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Madam Chair, it's a pleasure to rise in Committee of the Whole and speak to Government Amendment A1 on Bill 12, the Consumer Protection Life Leases Amendment Act. So, Madam Chair, as I understand it, I believe that the intention behind this government member's, the government amendment is to try to preserve and create some order to the repayment of life lease entrance fees that are owed to those who terminate life leases. Now, this is meant to address what's really, unfortunately, a situation that has been created by the fact that Bill 12 does provide some protections for any life lease moving forward that's been entered into, and it does provide some protection for the return of entrance fees where a life lease was entered into before the bill comes into effect but is terminated after. The challenge, Madam Chair, is that there are over 180 seniors and their families who are, at least, that we are aware of, that are owed the repayment of their entrance fees from life leases that were terminated prior to this bill being introduced. And the challenge, Madam Chair, is that those individuals have absolutely no protections under this legislation or under this proposed amendment. So this amendment seeks to say that nothing in the bill will affect the order in which entrance fees will be repaid. Now, just for a little bit of clarity, for most of these individuals who have terminated their life leases prior to this bill being introduced, they are supposed to be repaid in an order, in a queue that has been established based on when they made the termination. Now, I'm representing 55 families in my constituency that we know of at one building called the Devonshire Village, owned by Greg Christensen and Christensen Development Group, which the first person in line in that queue, Madam Chair, has already been waiting over 3 years to be repaid over $300,000. And that's just one person. In total, we know that there are currently over $16 million that are owed to people under these life leases who are not currently covered by this bill. Now, while the amendment seeks to say that there will be no change in the order in which people will be paid out as a result of this bill, that does not actually seem to be the effect of this amendment. Because what has happened, Madam Speaker, is that this proposed amendment does not in any way change the fact that there will be legislated timelines for those individuals who have already entered into life leases, which will be terminated after the bill is proclaimed, as well as anybody in the future. They, under this current bill, those entrance fees must be repaid within 180 days. Otherwise, interest starts to accrue, and there is the triggers that are set out in Bill 12 apply. Unfortunately, Madam Chair, that does not apply to all those 180 Albertans who are still waiting to be repaid. Those legislated timelines do not apply to them. That means, although this bill is trying to preserve a particular order of repayment, it means that those folks who terminate their life lease after this bill comes into effect will not get paid back until all these other people will be paid back, in which there is no timeline by which they must be repaid. That is the problem, Madam Chair. There is no timeline for those people. So, as we know, some of them have already been waiting 3 years. Many of them will be waiting perhaps a lot longer because there doesn't seem to be any movement by, in this case, the operator of the life leases, Christensen Development Group, and actually repaying those life leases. So, if we're now saying under this government amendment that nobody moving forward will get paid any of their entrance fees returned until all those other folks are repaid, it is not going to happen in 180 days, Madam Chair. It simply means that nobody is getting paid in a timely fashion. It's going to mean that all of these folks will continue to be waiting. I understand that I believe the intent of this government amendment is to try to create some order, but when one group of folks have a legislated timeline and one group of folks do not, it actually continues the inequity going forward for who knows how long. So I am going to, therefore, Madam Chair, propose a sub-amendment to the government amendment.
Perfect. Please wait till I have a copy, and I'll provide further instruction. Members, this will be known as Amendment SA1. Please note it is 2 pages. Do your best to describe this amendment. I won't make you read it into the record in its entirety, but all members will be provided with a copy.
Thank you,
Please
Madam Chair. I appreciate that. So to describe what this sub-amendment is, as I mentioned, the challenge is that we have a whole group of individuals in Alberta who have life leases that were terminated prior to this bill being introduced. And those life leases do not have any timelines in them by which they will be paid out, or in some cases there may be a timeline, but they have not been met. And what we know is that there is millions of dollars owed to these individuals. What this sub-amendment does is it creates essentially a class of people who are provided some measure of a process and legislated timelines for repayment of the entrance fees. What it does is it describes the class of people being those individuals who entered into and terminated life leases prior to Bill 12 coming into effect, and says those folks, if their entrance fees are not returned by August 1st, 2024, which is that date was chosen, Madam Chair, to try to allow for the proclamation of Bill 12. Then, well, it indicates that those folks must have their entrance fee returned by August 1st, 2024, and if it does not happen, then they will be subject to an interest rate that will apply. And then they will also be able to go to the Court of King's Bench to file an application to have the return of their entrance fee, and that any director of any operator can be held joint and severally liable with the lease operator for any damages awarded to the former leaseholder. So it creates liability for any director of any operator, as well as setting a timeline by which those individuals must have their entrance fees returned. If their entrance fees are not returned, they can go to the Court of King's Bench. The goal behind this, Madam Chair, is not to be retroactively changing the terms and conditions of contracts and life leases that applied before this bill came into effect, but to describe that group of people who entered into a life lease as a class of people who now have a right of action and a date by which their entrance fee must be returned. This works in conjunction with the government amendment by essentially stating that this class of people have to have their entrance fees returned by August 1st of 2024, and then all those folks who terminate their life lease after the bill comes into effect, they will get paid out in order, just like the government amendment suggests. But, Madam Chair, if we do not have a legislated timeline by which those folks who have terminated their life lease get repaid, then they are simply going to hold up everybody else from getting paid. Nobody under this government amendment scenario is going to get paid in a timely fashion. It's simply going to delay everybody and mean that nobody gets paid back, because until we don't have a plan, there doesn't seem to be any movement by the operator in the case of Christensen Development Group to actually pay back any of these loans that are owed. Not a single one has had any movement in 3 years, Madam Chair. We cannot continue to keep this in a holding pattern. We need to offer those Albertans some security and some measure by which we say, okay, this is the day that your entrance fee must be returned. Then they will initiate a process by which they can take that action to the Court of King's Bench and also hold individuals like Greg Christensen personally liable for their action. Because, Madam Chair, we cannot continue to allow bad actors, which is essentially what Mr. Christensen and Christensen Development Group is, to act without any consequence or action. We are tiptoeing right now around making sure that he is still, I guess, solvent, but ultimately it is his bad business practices that are going to cause millions of dollars of loss to Alberta seniors and their families. Their life savings, Madam Chair, is going to be lost because of this bad actor. There should be some liability for him as a director and for any other director who entered into these agreements knowing that they were not in a position to pay them back. They made promises. They entered into contractual arrangements with Alberta seniors for their life savings with a promise they would pay it back, and they're making no progress whatsoever in actually returning those funds, which is owed to these individuals. We think that government can take action now and say, look, we're at least going to establish a date, because right now they're operating in limbo. There is no timeline for most of these seniors as to when they will get repaid. We think they deserve a little bit of certainty to say this is going to be the date, and then they can take an action if they need to, but also hold the directors of any operator who is acting inappropriately, as I believe, Madam Chair, we're seeing from Christensen Development Group, and I believe the minister and the government will agree with that assessment. It is time for us to make some protections in this bill. Again, I want to highlight this sub-amendment does not go back and retroactively change any terms and conditions of the contract. It simply creates a class of individuals, those people who entered into life leases before this bill came into effect and terminated them, and provides them a process at law so that they can make action and seek to get the return of their life savings. I think that this will actually strengthen the government amendment that was put forward, and I encourage the government members to support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there members wishing to speak to the sub-amendment? The Honourable Minister of Red Tape Reduction and Service, Alberta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that this sub-amendment is well-intentioned, and I share many of the members' concerns. I too want to see two things: one, that this never happens again, and two, I want to ensure that these people are made whole, Madam Speaker. I have some concerns with this amendment. The honourable member says that it's not retroactive, but in fact it is retroactive. It's creating retroactive liability, Madam Chair. And here's the challenge. Anytime that we create any level of retroactivity at all, we run the risk of having our legislation challenged in court. And that spending 3 years in court is not going to help anyone. The focus needs to be on putting forward meaningful, credible legislation that ensures this will never happen again, and focusing on making sure that everyone is made whole. Now, this amendment, and again, it's well-intentioned, but it's based on the assumption that the money is there. That's the assumption it's built on, that there's a pot of money and they just have to dole it out and they're just waiting to be told to do so. So here's the challenge with putting in that date of August 1st, 2024. If that pot of money is not there, Madam Chair, then what happens? Are we forcing the builder into receivership? And so I think that having a direct path for this company to restructure, to go into bankruptcy, is not going to get these individuals paid back any quicker. It's not going to get them made whole. So, Madam Chair, this amendment that we've put forward, which is why we don't need the sub-amendment, does not create two classes of people. We're putting that amendment forward, Madam Chair, so that there is only one class of people, and that is the life lease holder, and there's only going to be one queue. There's going to be one queue, Madam Chair, and people will get paid out in the order of that queue. And it's imperative that we recognize the sanctity of the contract, the sanctity of the queue. And by the way, I should mention, this was put forward at the request of the Life Lease Association. And so we heard them out, and this was something that I felt that could be dealt with in regulation, but they wanted some assurances. So we're putting this amendment forward after having met with the Life Lease Association to give them the assurances that there will be one queue and only one queue, Madam Chair. Now, and I appreciate the member is well-intentioned on this, but here's what I want to bring us back to. This could have all been avoided. I have, and I'm happy to table this if the NDP wants me to, but I have 21 letters, Madam Speaker, that were sent from life leaseholders to the NDP government in 2017. Now, Madam Chair, these letters, they clearly ask for life lease protection to be enacted. They ask for life lease protection to be enacted because, as they point out in their letters, there are no protections for life leaseholders in 2017. There wasn't the disclosure. Madam Chair, the frustrating part of all of this is if the NDP had read the letters in 2017, if they had put forward the legislation that we're putting forward now, including the amendment, Madam Chair, we would not be here today. So my comment to the members opposite is shame on them for not acting when they had a chance, because they sentenced 180 Albertans to not have their deposits returned. Madam Chair, here is my recommendation that we move forward with passing this legislation. We move forward with passing the amendment, but this sub-amendment, absolutely not. Okay? This is going to create a level of retroactivity that we don't want, that is not going to help out these 180 life leaseholders, Madam Chair. So again, I urge every member to vote down this sub-amendment.
Any other members to join the debate on amendment, sub-amendment 1? Seeing none, I will call the question on amendment SA1 as moved by the honourable member for Edmonton-Whitemud. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The amendment is defeated. A division has been called to ring the bells. Members, division has been called on Amendment SA1. All those in favour of the amendment, please stand.
Member El-Maliki, Honourable Member Sisi, Honourable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Kozowski, Dr. Metz, Ms. Chapman, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Mr. Ip, Honourable Mr. Egan, Mr. Deol, Member Boparai, Mr. Shepherd, Member Loyola, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Dack.
Those opposed to the amendment, please stand.
Honourable Mr. Guthrie, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Williams, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, Honourable Mr. Turton, Honourable Mr. Yassine, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Ms. Furr, Mr. Getson, Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Yao, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stephan, Mr. Dick, Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Ms. de Jong, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mrs. Johnson.
Madam Chair, total for the sub-amendment 16, total against 43.
Members, the sub-amendment has been defeated. I seek speakers to Amendment A1. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whiteland.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to rise again and to propose another alternative for this government to provide them an opportunity to do what they claim they want to do, which is to actually provide some protections to those individuals who are looking to lose millions of dollars because of the bad actions and bad practices of Greg Christensen, who we know, Madam Speaker, is a very big donor and a very big supporter of the UCP and of the Premier, and just recently attended a fundraiser, a very swanky fundraiser for the Premier recently, and we know that he's a good friend, Madam Chair, of the members across the way, but we're reminding them to have an opportunity here to actually look out for the best interests of Albertans. So I'd like to propose another sub-amendment, Madam Chair.
Members, this will be known as Amendment SA2. It will be 2 pages for members provided. Honourable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment seeks to change the application provision, which is the one that's currently being proposed as an amendment by the government, to essentially say that the provision that requires entrance fees to be returned within 180 days also applies to those individuals who terminated a life lease before this bill came into effect. Most importantly, Madam Chair, what it does is it actually provides those individuals, like my constituents, like the 180 families and seniors who look to lose their entire life savings to Greg Christensen, it provides them with the powers and the processes of the Consumer Protection Act. It allows them to go through that process to seek to have some remedy, Madam Chair. Now, the Minister spoke about connecting with the Life Lease Protection Society members last week, and putting forward this government amendment to try to address some of their concerns. But Madam Chair, having spoken with members of that Protection Society just this morning myself, they were not aware that the amendment that the government was going to bring forward would actually provide no protections to them, that it did not actually offer them a timeline by which they must be repaid. So when they talk about a payment queue, queue being protected in the order, if these folks still have no timelines by which they must be paid out, it provides nothing for them, and it means that even those folks who terminate a life lease after this bill comes into effect also will not get their payment in time. So they wanted to ensure that, for example, if Greg Christensen did not pay back their entrance fees in the order in which they were set out in the payment queue, that they would be able to go to the provisions under the Consumer Protection Act and seek the processes there. This is what they are looking for. This is what this sub-amendment will do. It will allow those folks, if Christensen does not follow the payment queue order as expected, it gives them an avenue of appeal. Again, no other provision in Bill 12 provides any protection to those individuals who have already stand to lose their entire life savings. This is an off-ramp, Madam Chair, that we are providing to the government, to the minister, to listen to all those folks who have been speaking very clearly and very loudly about needing to see some protections for themselves in Bill 12. Now listen, it is true that at this point in time, no government legislation is going to be able to just give these people back their money. But the least that they could have is some legislated certainty. And why we are not giving the same timelines and certainty to those folks who stand to lose their life lease, their entire investment, their life savings under a life lease that we're offering now to future people. I understand the minister keeps talking about he wants to make sure this never happens again, but it is happening right now to people. It is happening to my constituents. It's happening to constituents from many members of the government caucus as well. This is an opportunity for the government to take an action that would allow some protection, simply a process, saying that yes, they must get paid back within 180 days as well, or whatever the legislated timeline is in Bill 12, because I will suggest, Madam Chair, that 180 days is too long, but I will say that whatever that timeline is, why would we not offer those same protections? It is what these individuals have been saying loud and clear, and yes, they did want an amendment proposed by government, but they were not aware that the amendment that the government was going to propose would provide them no timelines, that it would not actually give them any possibility to take this action to the consumer protection process if they are not followed, because they have good reason, Madam Chair, to have sincere doubts about whether or not Greg Christensen is going to follow anything put forward just because the government asked them to. Because here's the thing, Madam Chair, the minister continually talks about wanting to make these people whole, but he's not taking any steps to do so. There's an opportunity right here to take a legislated step to make sure that there is at least a process available to these people. And it's true. I think there is a very good chance that perhaps, given Greg Christensen has made some very terrible financial decisions on the backs of Alberta seniors, might I add. I don't know the state of his financial situation, but he clearly doesn't make good decisions. But I don't know why this government is going out of its way to protect the bad actor that is Greg Christensen and saying we don't want to push him into insolvency. Well, I'm sorry. Greg Christensen has pushed himself into insolvency if that's the case. But these people, if they don't have any action, any judgment under any other court process, under the Consumer Protection Act, they have no claim if this company is going to go into bankruptcy. And let's be clear. If Christensen is pushed into some kind of bankruptcy, this is not going to result in people being pushed out of their homes and into receivership. Some company will take over and they'll still have a place to live. But what will happen is that these folks will not get their money back. Greg Christensen has already made terrible decisions. We should not be worried about protecting him. We should be focused on protecting Alberta seniors, giving them a process, giving them some certainty. For some folks, I've spoken to some constituents who told me about their elderly parent who passed away and they're owed this entrance fee and they're spending years and years of they can't even wind up their mother's estate because they're waiting for this to be resolved. The government has been provided an opportunity right now to provide some measure of protection for those folks so at least they can say, all right, they have 180 days from the time this bill passes and that's when that money is due. And if it's not due and it's not paid, or if Greg Christensen does not follow the payment queue as this amendment by the government hopes that he will do, that they can take some action under the Consumer Protection Act. This is not too much to ask. The government seems to be very concerned about retroactivity, but I don't think the minister can even explain why he thinks that's a bad thing. I think the only thing is that he's being told that he should think it's a bad thing. What is a bad thing is 180 seniors who are getting no action by this government to protect their life savings. That is a bad thing. So I would encourage now the government to take this opportunity. We're trying to work collaboratively to achieve some results for Albertans. Let's worry less about Greg Christensen and more about Alberta seniors and pass the sub-amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Red Tape Reduction and Service Alberta.
This is, quite frankly, repugnant, Madam Speaker. I am not referring to the insults from the other side. I am referring to the fact that we have 180 seniors that cannot get their deposits returned. Absolutely repugnant. And let's not forget, those are the real victims here, Madam Speaker. This is why we're having this conversation. There's a second reason why this is repugnant, and it's repugnant because this could have been avoided. If we did not have an accidental government in 2015 and 2019, Madam Chair, then this could have been avoided. So 27 life lease holders wrote into the Minister for Service Alberta, for the NDP, and they begged them, Madam Chair, to put forward life lease protections because they didn't exist. And you know what kind of protections they wanted, Madam Speaker? They wanted transparency. They wanted disclosure. They wanted to make sure that what is happening now, Madam Chair, doesn't happen to them. But guess what? Guess what the NDP did in 2017? Guess how they responded to those 27 life lease holders? They didn't. They did not respond. They did not do their job. Madam Chair, they did nothing. Sadly, if they had done their job in 2017, we wouldn't be here today, Madam Chair. But I will not make that mistake that they did. Not on my watch, Madam Chair. We are going to put forward life lease protections that make sure this does not happen again. Now, there were some other unnecessary comments, Madam Chair. Comments about fundraising, which I think were extremely inappropriate. I have not received any campaign donations from Greg Christensen, but if we want to play that dirty little game, Madam Chair, I will point out that in 2017, the member for City Centre was in this House bragging about the great night that he had with Greg Christensen. It wasn't clear to me if it was a personal dinner or a fundraiser, but if that member would ask, I would be more than happy to table those documents from Hansard into the House. All they need to do is ask. I'd be happy to do it, Madam Chair. Now, I've said this before. Retroactivity is going to make things worse and not better, Madam Chair. And that member knows that. Or at least she ought to know that, because for over half an hour, I had that member in my office. I had a table full of my department officials who walked her through why it's problematic. So if she didn't listen then, Madam Chair, she's not going to listen now. But I will say, for the benefit of this House, that retroactivity is problematic. We cannot go back in time and open up contracts that have been cancelled. Jurisdictions that do that? Yeah. Venezuela, North Korea, Cuba, they will open up cancelled contracts, Madam Speaker. But if we do that, we will end up in court. We will end up fighting it for 3 years. And you know what, Madam Chair, we will lose. So we are not going to put in something that is going to have an unintended consequence. Now, Madam Chair, we did contact the Life Lease Society. We let them know why we wouldn't be proceeding with those sub-amendments that the NDP are putting forward. We walked them through why there's a weakness in what they're putting forward, why it's damaging, why it has unintended consequences. But they did bring up a legitimate concern, Madam Chair, is that they wanted to have some assurances that the sanctity of the queue will be first and foremost. And that's why we're putting this forward. We're putting this forward so that there will be one queue and that every developer will have to respect that queue, Madam Chair. This is the path forward. Madam Chair, I encourage every member of this House to vote against the sub-amendment because it's not helpful, it's not productive, and it's counterintuitive. Thank you.
Any other members on Amendment SA2? The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I will speak briefly to this amendment. I think government continues to just do finger pointing instead of doing the right thing. We have a bill before us We have heard from those who are impacted by this, and we can do the right thing, and instead of protecting Christensen, we can protect the life leaseholder. And also, there were some comments about retroactivity. I think all it does is it's protecting those 180 people in particular who are affected by this. And I think this House has passed legislation with provisions that were retroactive. If also a member was not paying attention, I can find him many pieces of legislation, regulation that were passed by this House with their caucus support, which has provision of retroactivity. In this case, it is the right thing to do. People who are being wronged by their friend, Greg Christensen, they deserve to get paid, and today is the opportunity for Minister to do the right thing and listen to those voices and correct his legislation. I urge all members of the House to support this common sense and a reasonable amendment.
Any other speakers to Amendment SA2? Seeing none, I will call the question on an Amendment SA2 is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Honourable members, a division has been called on Amendment SA2. All those in favour, please stand.
Member El-Maliki, Honourable Ms. Gray, Honourable Mr. Sabir, Mr. Kozowski, Dr. Metz, Ms. Chapman, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Mr. Ip, Honourable Mr. Egan, Mr. Deol, Member Beauperai, Mr. Shepherd, Member Loyola, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Dack.
Any opposed, please stand.
Honourable Mr. Guthrie, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mr. Williams, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Honourable Mr. Amory, Honourable Mr. Newdorf, Honourable Mr. Lowen, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Honourable Mr. Dixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, Honourable Mr. Turton, Honorable Mr. Yassin, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Ms. Furr, Honorable Mrs. Sani, Mr. Getson, Honorable Mr. Sigurdsson, Honorable Mr. Nally, Honorable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Yao, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Weeb, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, Honorable Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Ms. de Jong, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely.
Madam Chair, total for the sub-amendment 16, total against 43.
Members, that sub-amendment has been defeated. We are on Amendment A1 in Committee of the Whole. Are there any members wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Falconridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to move another amendment to the government's amendment. I have the requisite number of copies for the House, and I will wait until it is distributed. Then I will speak for the record.
This will be known as Amendment SA3. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am a member from Calgary-Falconridge. I rise to move that Amendment A1 to Bill 12, Consumer Protection Life Leases Amendment Act 2024, be amended in Part A by striking out clause II and substituting the following. II in the proposed section 41.4, A in subsection 1 by striking out 180 days and substituting 90 days, and B by adding the following immediately after subsection 4. 4. Nothing in this section affects any provisions in A life lease, B a lease terminated before the coming into force of this part that is substantially similar to a life lease, or C, a lease subsisting on the coming into force of this part that is substantially similar to a life lease, respecting the order in which entrance fees are to be returned. Madam Chair, this amendment does two things. It will make sure that entrance fees is returned within 90 days and not in 6 months as drafted by the UCP. It will pressure the rights of life leaseholder, those terminated or subsisting today. It is something that leaseholder would want to see. And by blaming or shaming or yelling, raising the voice is not going to sort out. And request Minister to please help those seniors and work for Albertans life leaseholders. And I hope all members can support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Members to join the debate on Amendment SA3, the Honourable Minister of Red Tape Reduction and Service, Alberta.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that this is a well-intentioned sub-amendment, and I would concur that if we could get them reimbursed in 90 days, then we should do that. But the fact that this member is putting this sub-amendment forward tells me, it confirms for me that he didn't speak to any of the developers, Madam Speaker. There's 22 leaseholder life lease.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Buller-McCullen, a point of order.
23H I think the minister just used the language pointing directly at the member that he didn't speak to that person or developers. It's just imputing false motive, throwing in allegations, and that kind of behavior certainly will cause disorder in this House, and it's outside the standing orders of this House.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Chair, rather, I apologize. I don't have
the ability to comment deeply on the matter, but I suspect it was not a point of order, as I know the conduct of the member from the Minister of Red Tape Reduction in Service Alberta, and I'd say that this matter of debate should move on.
Members, this is not a point of order, certainly a matter of debate, but a good reminder for all to keep this thing on the rails for an enjoyable afternoon of legislative debate here in the Assembly. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, certainly did not mean any offence to any of the members opposite. Here's where I'm going. We met with the life lease developers. There's 22 of them. 5 are profits. So, those comments, Madam Chair, are not helpful. And if we want to keep this on topic, that would be appreciated, because, quite frankly, this is not a laughing matter. It wasn't a laughing matter in 2017, Madam Chair, when we could have dealt with this. If the NDP had simply listened to the 27 life leaseholders who asked for help, we wouldn't be here. So all I ask in return, Madam Chair, is that they not make any jokes about this matter and they participate in the debate rather than cheap heckles. Because that's what we've heard from them. We've heard cheap heckling, we've heard cheap political points trying to be scored. Madam Chair, this is a serious matter. And had they done their job in 2017, we wouldn't be here. But we're not going to make that mistake, Madam Chair. So we consulted with everyone widely. We met with 150 life leaseholders and their families. And yes, there are 22 developers of life leases in this province. We met with most of them, I should say. There are 5 profits and 17 not-for-profits. So, and these not-for-profit charities are often religious organizations, and they said to us that they will often pay their life leases back within 90 days. Sometimes they get it done with 30 days. But they did say to us that there could be a time where they have more, more than just 1 or 2 that provide their cancellation at the same time, and it could cause them to go over 90 days. But they were adamant that they could go within the 180 days and pay it back. And to be clear, Madam Chair, and I hope the members opposite agree with us, the intention of this legislation is not to harm the good guys. The intention of this is not to take religious charities and to put them out of business and to punish them, Madam Chair. That is not the perspective of what we're trying to do. We're trying to find that balance from protecting an industry, because this is an affordability issue. That's why 17 charities are involved in this space, Madam Chair. And we want to find that balance between not harming the good guys and also protecting Albertans that invest in life leases. And we think we have that balance. And Madam Chair, that member opposite, the entire caucus opposite, would know this if they had met with any of those nonprofits. I get it that they don't like the profit guys. I get that. But they could have, Madam Chair, met with the nonprofits. They could have met with the charities. But they chose not to. And they demonstrate that they haven't met with them when they stand up here and they ask for the 90 days. Because if they had consulted with the nonprofit charities, Madam Chair, they would know that the 90 days is a non-starter. So I would ask everyone here to vote against this sub-amendment, and hopefully we can go back to the issue at hand, which is putting forward the original amendment, which will protect the sanctity of the queue, which is what this is about today. So I urge you to vote no to the sub-amendment.
Thanks, Minister.
Let's turn the debate on Amendment SA3. Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment SA3 as moved by the Honourable Member for Calgary-Falcon Ridge. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment is defeated. Back on Amendment A1. Any members to join debate? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Leduc-Beaumont. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That amendment is carried. We have no amendments before us on Bill 12 in Committee of the Whole. Are there members that are wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much. It's
my pleasure to speak, to rise and speak against Bill 12, and certainly appreciate the members opposite very impassioned arguments. But Madam Chair, it really is a black and white issue. While the minister, in his rhetoric, has committed to making the life leaseholders whole, his actions and this legislation, frankly, doesn't actually reflect that commitment. Right now, the crux of the issue is that the bill does not provide any recourse or any remedy to those who have already terminated their life leases. And case in point, many of the life lease holders under Christensen. And this legislation doesn't cover them. I've had the opportunity to meet some life lease holders, and let me tell you, Madam Chair, there were some truly heartbreaking stories, life savings of $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, a whole life's worth of savings and work is essentially tied up in these life leases, and they can't settle their estate. And what I find particularly repugnant, to use a word from the members opposite, is Mr. Christensen in a video has been captured to say, what do they need the money anyway? What are they going to do with the money? It shows a blatant lack of empathy. It shows how truly, truly tragic the situation is. The reality is that many of those impacted by this life lease debacle are everyday folks. They are not wealthy folks. They don't have disposable income of hundreds of thousands of dollars just sitting there. These are hard-working folks who have saved up so that they can take care of themselves and their families. But the reality is, with the money held up in the life leases, many cannot settle their estates. It's put many families in very precarious financial circumstances. Some are, in fact, looking at selling homes in order to maintain a roof over their head, or have to move in with other family. It's also curious, Madam Chair, that this government likes to play the blame game after 5 years in power. And at this point, I guess my question is, when are you going to take responsibility, and as we've said on this side of the House, do the right thing? The reality is that the minister actually has broad powers under the Consumer Protection Act to protect consumers, Alberta consumers, against bad actors. There are, in fact, remedies within the Consumer Protection Act. There's broad language that already exists. It's curious that the minister has taken such a narrow interpretation, but perhaps that's water under the bridge. All I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that there are opportunities, notwithstanding this current legislation, to take action. The minister believes otherwise, but let's just set that aside for a moment and let's look at this legislation. The reality is that many of the life leaseholders were pressured into signing a lopsided, an unfair contract, and I believe that there are some legal opinions that would in fact say that these contracts are unenforceable. Again, the minister has broad powers under the Consumer Protection Act to protect consumers and review these current contracts. So it's, again, very curious that the minister has taken such a narrow interpretation. The truth is that the minister can do the right thing, but it's not the avenue that he has decided to take. What I also want to say is that, and I'm going to hold this government accountable, there is no secret that Mr. Christensen is a longtime supporter of the UCP. It's no question that he has deep relationships with the UCP caucus. Mm-hmm. But in the midst of this debacle, what I find curious and frankly disappointing is that the minister has met with Mr. Christensen at least 9 times far fewer times with life leaseholders, and that Mr. Christensen continued to attend a fundraiser when in fact for any sort of casual political observer would probably agree that this creates certainly the optics of bias. And so it's curious to me why folks on that side of the House haven't actually asked Mr. Christensen to stay away, haven't actually tried, at least on the surface, to keep some distance between Christensen, the Christensen company, and this current government. So I think, certainly many of us, not just on this side of the House, but also many of those watching this from the public are wondering whether this government will do the right thing, whether they will do the right thing for life leaseholders, or, frankly, do they have, is there some bias towards the Christensen company? And I think if we look at the actions, if we look at the fact that the minister has refused to make this legislation retroactive, has refused to seek any direct remedy for those who have already terminated their life leases, I think that goes to show that clearly there potentially could be some bias there. And I think that is a matter of debate for this House. It disappoints me, though. It disappoints me that with such a black and white issue, the minister has, and this government, frankly, hasn't simply just made this an open and shut case, which in my opinion, it is fairly simple. Make this piece of legislation retroactive, ensure that there are provisions and avenues to allow those with existing life leases to be paid back. This legislation does not do that. It puts them into a queue that simply does not guarantee that at any point they would get their money back. And even with our very reasonable amendments, this government has not accepted it. So my question to the government then is, what are you going to do for current life lease holders? How are you going to ensure through this piece of legislation that those that are impacted are going to be made whole? And that is unclear. Despite the rhetoric, Madam Chair, that is unclear, and this legislation doesn't have the teeth to enforce that once passed. I think Albertans deserve better, the life lease holders, seniors deserve better, families deserve better, Madam Chair, rather. And so I think for all of those reasons and many others that have already been outlined by my colleagues, I encourage my colleagues in this House to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Good job. Any other members to speak to the bill? The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Madam Chair, it's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 12, Consumer Protection Life Lease Amendment Act. Well, it's incredibly disappointing, but first I want to put on the record, and I'm sure that there are some folks from the Life Lease organization watching, paying attention, and I'm sure there are other seniors that are, this isn't actually about politics. This is about them just being worried about the future and is there actually a path forward for them? And it's unfortunate that we're at this place. What is kind of interesting, Madam Chair, is that I think we've heard repeatedly the minister say, I'm not going to work with the member from St. Albert because she's made it political, which is super funny considering the rhetoric that we just heard for the last, I don't know how many.
Are you going to join debate?
Minutes, if someone would like to stand, sure. Anyway, sorry? Yep, I am, Madam Chair. And anyway, this should not be a political debate. Well, I guess it is a political debate because we're in the Assembly, but it should not be a sort of one side and the other, because this truly, truly is about seniors. And this is about elder abuse in this case, in my opinion. This is about some really bad actors. This is about a developer that needs to feel some consequences of what this developer has done. And there needs to be some real protection for a class of people, and it's not just a few people, Madam Speaker. It is over, at this point, I'm sure it's higher because we were getting weekly updates, but I'm sure it's over 183 people. So we know that the one developer, the one actor, Greg Christensen group of companies, because there seems to be a number of different companies, owe millions and millions of dollars to seniors. And what we've got is a piece of legislation that, in my opinion, does the bare minimum for consumer protection. And the reason I know that is because I am not a lawyer. So I do not have the ability to speak on the legalities of the legislation. And so I rely on my caucus colleagues that are lawyers. I also rely on some research. I rely on other jurisdictions. So I don't know if any of my colleagues in this chamber have had a look at what Saskatchewan does, some of the work that Ontario has done, and some of the reports that are out there that give some really good information and some good questions to ask. So for example, weirdly enough, I spent some time today looking at the Law Reform Commission of Saskatchewan. They issued a pretty detailed report in 2019, specifically on life leases. And so they did a jurisdictional scan. They talked a lot about, what needed to be done in a consultation, questions to be asked, items to be considered, and weirdly enough, there's hardly anything really in the recommendation that I saw in this report that the minister has talked about. And so one of the very basic things is consultation, right? I think we can all agree that the UCP is not very good at consultation. They like to pass something and say, well, don't worry, we'll fix it in the regulations, or don't worry, we'll talk to people after the fact. That's not really consultation, because you don't get the best legislation when you don't talk to people beforehand. So the minister likes to tell us, well, we talked to all the developers, and we talked to like 150 people, 150 seniors. Well, that's not enough. It is not enough just to talk to the developers that are involved, and it's certainly not enough just to talk to 150 people. We know that the Alberta Life Lease Protection Society has over 400 members, and that's just one organization. That's just Christensen group of companies. That's just one group that got ripped off. I don't know if there are other people with other concerns. So that is not encouraging. One of the basic things that this minister could do to let us know maybe some of the consultation work that he did was to file or let us share with the chamber a what we heard document. So if indeed there was substantive consultation with not just developers and Greg Christensen, but actually the seniors, what happened there? What did you talk about? What was the result? What was the end result? What did they ask for, and what did you give them? But we haven't seen that. What we're hearing from this minister is, oh no, trust us, and NDP bad because they were in government for 4 years. That's all we get. When what we really want, and genuinely what we really want, is to create or to fix this legislation, because that's all we have to work with right now, is to fix this legislation so that at least we can carve out a way for the group that has been harmed, and they have truly been harmed. Truly been harmed. Every time I meet with this group, they tell me another story, and it's heavy, and they tell me another story, and they're so close to giving up, and they're desperate. Like, these are people in their 80s and 90s. They do not deserve to live out the end of their life, the last years of their life, with this kind of stress and this kind of frustration and this kind of legislation that really does nothing for them. And all we hear repeatedly, day after day after day from this government is, my heart breaks for them. I'm going to keep meeting with them and make them whole. And we see no progress. We see no protection. It's just rhetoric. It's just noise. It really is just noise. And it's unfortunate. I would have liked to hear, yeah, we feel really bad for this group, and you know what? We're going to investigate. We're going to have another panel, because this government likes to create panels. Why not create a panel? Find out, why did this happen? How can we truly prevent this from happening again? We've heard crickets. All we've heard is the opposition's bad, they don't know what they're talking about, because I was told this and I'm right, and that's it. That's unreasonable. That's not how you fix a problem. We know that this legislation, even the way that it has been amended, will not help the people that have been impacted. And that's what we need to do, not just cut them loose and say, sorry, we can't help you, because a lawyer told us that we can't help you. That is just not good enough. We are elected and sent to this place to represent Albertans and to fix problems, to find solutions for problems. And this legislation is not that. It is insufficient. It is truly insufficient. You know, originally I was quite hopeful that perhaps the government would say, you know what, we didn't quite get there. Maybe, you know, maybe we need to stop, back up a little bit and redo some of this consultation so we get the best legislation possible. Let's work with the opposition. Let's get a win here. Nope. We saw a doubling down of NDP bad, we're right, we talked to developers, you're bad. Well, it doesn't matter. That is irrelevant because at the end of the day, this group of people is not protected. And sure, we might protect people going forward, but as you heard from my colleague, it doesn't look that way. Because all of these people, and there's over 180 of them that are already owed money, they're there. They're in the lineup. They're going to impact new people in the lineup. So truly, this legislation and this amendment are disappointing at best, Madam Chair. You know, I thought there were all kinds of suggestions. If anybody has done research on life lease across Canada, other than listening to so-and-so who said that's impossible, you can't do that, do your own research, maybe look around and find out what's happening in other jurisdictions. They're doing all kinds of things to ensure that people are safe and protected going forward, and I don't see any of that in this legislation. Now, government will say, trust us, it's in the regs or it's in regulation. Well, yeah.
Trust them.
Well, it's okay. The member's just crumpling stuff. It's okay. Anyway, some of the things that they pointed out, this report, so the Law Reform Commission of Saskatchewan 2019, specifically looking at life leases, they did make some, it's not at all distracting. They did make some recommendations, actually, for people if they genuinely wanted to consult. Here are some, that's really irritating, Madam Chair. I don't know. Maybe it's just my brain, but I'm having trouble focusing with the member continuing to crumple paper like that. So they actually released a list of items that would actually be useful in a discussion, in a consultation, to actually get to some of the issues around life lease. I encourage the members to do a little bit of research. To do a little bit of research and look for themselves. Anyway, I'm going to stop pretty quick because Mr. Crumple over there just needs to be active. So I am just going to say I, along with my colleagues, am incredibly disappointed in the partisan, really silly rhetoric that we heard earlier, Madam Chair. Yeah. It wasn't helpful at all. I think that we genuinely spent a lot of hours over the last couple of weeks talking to people that we knew in other jurisdictions, talking to lawyers, trying to get some ideas, like what else can we suggest? What else can we propose? How else can we possibly fix this to make these folks whole? How can we fix this legislation to truly capture what the problem is? And, you know, we haven't even begun to talk about the fact that maybe for-profit shouldn't be using this kind of model, because that seems to be a discussion that other provinces are having. We seem to have, it's not really a sustainable financial model. Those are the questions and discussions other people are having. We don't seem to be having that. But anyway, this government seems uninterested in hearing from anyone else except their own little bubble about what they think is correct. And sadly, as a result, people will not be made whole. There will not be progress on this. And those over 180 people that are owed millions and millions of dollars, these vulnerable seniors who have been taken advantage of, in my opinion, will not be assisted by this. Unfortunate and disappointing. Thank you.
Any other members to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McLeod.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Pleased to rise in Bill 12 as amended. Even so, it fails, as other members have alluded to, fails to protect 180 seniors who are owed millions of dollars, and it's a failure of an individual businessman to take responsibility for harming his clients with a contract that ended up allowing the money to be unpaid. The life lease entry fee that was promised under the contract ended up not being available, and as a result, 180 people have lost their life savings to the tune of millions and millions of dollars. And Madam Chair, this province, this city of Edmonton, is a a big province, it's a big city, but really in many ways it's a small village, a small town, because when you speak about the business elite, Madam Chair, it's a small community of people who are well known to each other in many cases, whether you're speaking about the real estate industry, whether it's oil and gas, whether it's construction or road building. The circle of people who are operating at the highest levels of the industry sector are known to each other, and by and large, Madam Chair, in this province, in this city, there's a high level of integrity, a high level of compassion for clients. Reputation is what your companies and your own individual business is built upon. You lose that reputation, you lose that respect from the business colleagues that you operate with and from your clients, most importantly, and you can lose your business. And I know that in this particular case, Christensen Developments and Mr. Christensen have operated within the real estate industry in this province and in this city, enjoying a fairly high level of respect and reputational integrity from their peers and from their clients. Yet now we are in a situation, Madam Chair, where the company and Mr. Christensen's reputation are in tatters, and there is a way to resurrect it. And there are examples, Madam Chair, of other business people in this province who have actually made sure that given a situation where they were in some financial difficulty, they took steps to exemplify the integrity that we expect of our Alberta business people, and did something to make whole the situation that they found themselves in. And one example that I'm most familiar with, Madam Chair, in the real estate industry was an individual who first, of course, began in the music industry and then ultimately transferred over to real estate. And I speak of Danny Hooper. Danny was somebody who, of course, in his early 20s, started off the Danny Hooper Stockyard. And they brought in, starting in 1979, some major acts to the stockyard, and they had a 6-year run from 79 to about 85, but ultimately the business failed and bankruptcy was looming. But yet Danny Hooper refused to take that route and go into bankruptcy, and what he did instead showed the level of integrity that I expect that Mr. Christensen should be showing his business colleagues and this province and this community by doing what Danny did, and that is saying, look, I'm not going to go into bankruptcy. I'm going to make sure I make whole all my creditors. And what he did instead was he joined the real estate industry, and that's where I got to know him rather well. First of all, joining Royal LePage at an office in the West End, and then ultimately both of us moved over to a Remax franchise. And over the course of the next number of years, he was able to earn enough by working his tail off to pay back the creditors that were owed the money and avoid the bankruptcy. And that's the type of integrity, Madam Chair, that one would expect of somebody who enjoyed the reputation that he did, namely Mr. Christensen, before this fiasco where he now stands and telling 180 of his clients who he has harmed that too bad, so sad, the contract allows me to avoid paying you, and so I'm going to do that. And that is certainly very, very disappointing. And I would hope that the Edmonton and the wider Alberta business community really takes notice of this, and in the small circles that these people operate in, make it well known to Mr. Christensen that he has fouled their nest. And it is not something that one would hope would be repeated. And as I say now, Madam Chair, there's still an opportunity for Mr. Christensen to resurrect his reputation and do the right thing, and that is do what's expected of business people with integrity in this province, and that is to do your utmost. You do everything to make these people whole. If it's necessary, you finance your assets and you obtain the funds that way, and you pay the millions of dollars that are owed from your assets. If you have to refinance, so be it. If it hurts, so be it. You do whatever is necessary, following the example of people like Danny Hooper, and you go out and you do the hard work and raise those funds from your assets, and you make these people whole. So the ball is in Mr. Christensen's court, because Bill 12 does nothing to satisfy the needs of the 180 people whose funds have been lost. Bill 12 has basically let these people sail in the wind and has dropped the ball. They're saying, too bad, so sad, the government is, and allowing Mr. Christensen to avoid paying these folks and saying, look, in the future we'll protect them, but those people now who are the 180 left holding the bag, too bad, so sad. So what the government is saying is up to Mr. Christensen. It's up to him to provide the integrity and show the dignity and compassion that we expect of our business community in this province, and for him to do whatever is necessary to make these people whole. And I hope the business community, the small circle of the business elite in Alberta and the city, hold Mr. Christensen to account, because it's everybody's reputation who's at stake. Not only the real estate industry, but other industries as well. People who operate at a high level, and the jury is out. We'll see if Mr. Christensen takes the route of dignity and decides to take the hard challenge up and make his people whole and face the Alberta business community again with his reputation intact and say, I did the right thing, it was difficult, but this is the way we operate in Alberta. This is how free enterprise should work, not letting your clients, who in this case are 80 and 90-year-old seniors, lose their life savings because of something that you did in your contract that harmed them. Make them whole, resurrect your reputation, and provide an example to the business community that we can all be proud of. Mr. Christensen, thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak to Bill 12? Seeing none, I will call the question on Bill 12, the Consumer Protection Life Leases Amendment Act 2024. On the remaining clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. The Honorable Deputy Government House Leader to...
Madam Chair, I move that the committee rise and report on Bill 12.
Heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. Give it to Scott. I think we won that one. Yeah, we won this one. Yeah. I tried to count, but it got lost. Bill Cold Lake St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills with some amendments. Bill 12. Madam Speaker, I wish to table the copies of all the amendments considered by the Committee of the Whole on this date for the official record of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for Second Reading, Bill 16, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2024, adjourned debate. Ms. Goring.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Speaker, I really appreciate being recognized to be able to speak to Bill 16, the Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act. And before I get into a little bit of detail, I just wanted to offer a bit of insight into what we see happening in terms of the red tape reduction Now, for a lot of people, I understand that we're trying to make things easier. But making things easier should never be done at the risk of making things unsafe. And I do believe that the members on the other side of the House would agree with this. However, sometimes the perspective that you have keeps you from seeing how you are making a situation unsafe. And so with red tape, it's important to always keep this in mind. Like, I mean, yes, if you're going to business owners and they're saying, look, make this easier for us. Ultimately, this is what we want. We do want it to be an easier process for entrepreneurs inside of our province and those that we're attracting here to be able to do business as effectively as they can. But if on the other side of that, you're doing it by reducing legislation on safety aspects in the workplace, for example, then this is something that, if you're looking at it from a particular perspective, then yes, you're trying to make things easier, but at the same time, you're not making them safe for the people who are actually working in that particular business or industry. And so we always have to be cautious when dealing with these kinds of situations. Now, particularly with the bill that we have before us, though, there's a whole other level of safety that I believe that this government has neglected. I would go so far as neglect. But you know, Mr. Chair, or pardon me, Mr. Speaker, what we see repeatedly with this government is that they provide too little, too late. And we've had examples of this with the life leases. We've had examples of this with their new electricity bill, bill number 19. It's too little, too late. Because consistently throughout the past year, specifically with this government, what we've seen are tactics where they delay on making a decision on something, and then when they finally do make a decision, it's legislation that doesn't really help the people that were impacted by the problem that they're trying to solve. Either that, or they're underfunding a particular aspect of the help that Albertans are actually asking for. And so with this particular piece of legislation, what we see is the fact that they've had to repeal ACTA, the ACTA regulation. So now the problem that we were trying to solve here, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that, and especially going through the whole process of COVID, I can tell you that I heard from a number of constituents of my own that going through COVID had, in some cases, even severe mental health impacts on constituents. As we all know, and we've seen the statistics of how, for example, even domestic violence actually went up during COVID. Families were forced to stay at home, and couples perhaps that weren't addressing the issues that they should have been addressing found themselves now in a predicament where they were at home having to be in each other's company, and particular issues perhaps that could have been solved in other ways weren't getting addressed, and then these issues compounded by what was going on. There was also a number of people who just weren't used to being in those kinds of circumstances. But there was a number of mental health issues that arose throughout COVID. Never mind talking about children and having to do school online. But of course, these were all things that had to be done. Now, but the particular aspect of this bill is the fact that when people were then reaching out to get help, they were going to people who identified as counselors, but may not have had the preparation, the education, or the experience to actually help these people. And so the government at the had the responsibility of then moving this piece of this regulation into force. And there was talks to actually get it done with the Association of Counseling Therapists of Alberta. But here again, the government, as I was explaining, Mr. Speaker, delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. And it just kind of slipped past their attention that this was something that had to be done. Of course, maybe they didn't see it as being a priority, given. Okay, I understand. But the reality is that they had to act on it, and they didn't. And so now, in order to cover up, they're going to the College of Alberta Psychologists and saying, hey, we need you guys to do this for us. But luckily, the College of Alberta Psychologists is saying, yeah, of course we want to do this because it has to do with the protection of Albertans. But there wasn't sufficient, I'll put it this way, there wasn't sufficient amount of consultation with the organization to actually figure out how this was going to happen. And so now we find ourselves in a situation where people are needing help more than ever. Because, thanks over the last few years, there's been a movement to take away the stigma of actually getting mental help. And thank goodness. Thank goodness for the people of Alberta. Thank goodness for all people here in Canada that this has been a movement to get away from that, push your feelings down inside you and just kind of deal with it on your own. Now people are taking the stigma away from actually getting the help that they desperately need. So that they can be, and remember, getting therapy really is about being a better human being. Changing your behavior. Becoming more of an individual that is confident in who you are, so that not only can you be better for yourself and for your family, but you can also be better for society and actually give back to society. So I'm so glad that there has been this movement to get rid of the stigma of actually getting mental health support. But we have to realize then that by bringing this regulation back and asking the College of Alberta Psychologists to implement it, they're going to need the resources to do so. And that's the part that, again, Mr. Speaker, we've had the delay, and now we're having the underfunding. You see? Which is the general practice of this government, is to delay on a situation. And then when you finally get to implementing the regulation that should have been implemented years ago, there is limited funding accompanying the process. So of course the government needs to put its money where its mouth is. But actually, if they support Albertans getting the mental health supports that they desperately require, then they have to put the money into so that the College of Alberta Psychologists can actually put this regulation into place so that they can make sure that people who actually are requiring those services can get that service from an individual that is reputable, that there is a standard within the service, so that when an individual knows that they're going to get the counseling services that they need, that they can expect a specific standard of care when they go. And like that, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is the bare minimum that Albertans can expect from their government, instead of getting the rhetoric that we get often from this UCP government when it comes to actually implementing and doing things for Albertans. And the examples are countless, as we've seen throughout this entire session, Mr. Speaker, that when it actually comes to helping Albertans with something, this government falls short. My opinion, right? But of course, the opinion that truly matters is the opinion of Albertans. And I think that Albertans have been very clear that given the current context in which we are living, that mental health is really, really important. We've even seen corporations like Bell, for example, get in on trying to break the stigma that with people needing and getting the mental health services that they need. I think that this is really important, and our government has to continue supporting that as we continue to go. And of course, it's that standard of care which is so important. So I'm glad that finally the government has gotten around to working with the College of Alberta Psychologists to actually be able to regulate counselors. But what we need to see is a little bit more in depth from this government. We have to see a little bit more of like what are they actually going to do in order to support the College of Alberta Psychologists, and actually making sure that this is something that's actually implemented, and that over the years that it's continued to be strengthened, and so that Albertans can have access to the best quality of mental health services here in the province of Alberta, as I'm sure that many of the people in the House agree on this particular matter, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the health of Albertans is what we're focused. Now, unfortunately, as has been demonstrated by colleagues of mine on this side of the House, the government seems to be lacking, not only when it comes to mental health, but also when it comes to health services in general in the province of Alberta. And why this is happening, we can only assume why, Mr. Speaker. The government has its particular way of looking at healthcare. There's no question about it. But what I'm coming to see, and what Albertans are starting to see very clearly, is that this is a government that is purely ideologically driven, rather than look at a problem that an Albertan is experiencing and saying, okay, what is the best approach? This government is saying, okay, well, this is our ideology, this is how we see the world, and it has to fit inside of this framework. If it doesn't fit in this framework, if it doesn't fit within the way that we see the world, then the approach that's being provided.
Thank you, member. Are there any others wishing to speak? The member for Calgary-Beddington has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in opposition to Bill 16, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act. This is pretty hefty, 60-page bill that's touted as another piece in this government's ongoing battle against red tape. And I will say that actually there are some pieces in this bill that make some sense. Unfortunately, when a government decides to package together changes to 230 requirements and 12 pieces of legislation across 10 ministries, it becomes almost impossible to support the bill. So this bill makes changes to the Rural Electrification Loan Act and Regulation, the Rural Electrification Long-Term Financing Act, the Alberta Investment Attraction Act, the Public Lands Act, Provincial Offence Procedures, the Mental Health Services Protection Act, the Libraries Act, the Income and Employment Supports Act, the Commercial Tenancies Protection Act, the Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Act, the Red Tape Action Reduction Act, the Traffic Safety Act, and the Motor Vehicle Accident Claims Act. So we're doing a lot in this bill. I do want to speak to some of the issues that are raised when omnibus bills like this one are presented, but I'll just do a little side jog here first to talk about why it's difficult to support this particular bill. So for example, the change to the Commercial Tenancies Protection Act. So this was a series of measures that the government took during the pandemic to provide supports to businesses. So this was a piece of legislation that protected commercial tenants from evictions, penalties, and rent increases. This was something that was only in place until August of 2020, and then it was no longer applicable. So yes, obviously it makes sense to clean up the legislation. Taking retired legislation off the books makes sense. It makes sense to ensure that Alberta businesses are clear about the rules that govern them. Though I would suggest that to say this is reducing red tape is really a bit of a stretch because it doesn't, in fact, change anything for the function of businesses. It doesn't smooth any paths. It doesn't reduce any regulatory burdens. So I'm not suggesting it's not a good thing to do, just that it's not really doing what the government says the act is doing. One other piece in that long list of affected areas that stood out to me, because like anytime the word libraries comes up, my ears perk right up. Because you know what I'm hoping to see is some good things for libraries. I will talk ad nauseum about the vital role that libraries play in our communities. They are one of the only gathering spaces left, one of the only third spaces we have left in our communities that don't charge for entry. So everyone is welcome at the library. I spent a ton of my childhood at the library. I remember spending summers in Indian Head, Saskatchewan, and on the really hot days, my grandma would ask me if she wanted if I wanted to be dropped off at the pool. And I would point out to her that actually it's easier to stay cool at the library because they had air conditioning. So Grandma, can you please just drop me off at the library instead? Nice. Which she did, because she was a very lovely grandma. And usually I got ice cream after too, so yeah, that worked out. So I've always been a huge advocate for libraries. And I want us to be thinking about how do we strengthen our libraries? How do we help our libraries build capacity? What can we, as the provincial government, do to ensure that access to libraries is as free and open as possible? Well, it turns out that what this government is doing in this bill, Bill 16, is increasing the total number of communities allowed to be included in an intermunicipal board from 3 to 4. and that all municipalities within a municipal district or county would also be allowed to form an intermunicipal library board. So I understand that these are changes that were requested by Alberta's library boards and associations. And it's great that we've been able to fulfill that request. Again, you know, I'm not suggesting that this is the wrong thing to do here, but do I see action here that builds on the incredible work that our libraries do in communities? No. Do I see more resources for newcomers who use libraries to help them navigate life in Canada? No, I don't see that. What I see is another piece of the red tape reduction bill that has nothing to do with red tape reduction. So I'm going to jog back to my original point here now to just touch briefly on the issues that are presented with these kinds of wide-ranging bills. So I'm going to read you a couple of quotes from a news article. This was a Toronto Sun article published June 18th, 2012. Title of the article is Omnibus Bills in Hill History. And the opening line of this article is, "Are omnibus bills anti-democratic? No doubt about it." That's pretty strong words. And the author of that article is Lorne Gunter. So I know that some of the members opposite can get a little hot and bothered when we talk about articles from the CBC. You know, I know they love to conflate balanced journalism with woke ideologies, so I made sure to look for sources on this issue that would really speak to the members opposite. So the article goes on to talk about another popular guy in conservative circles, Mr. Stephen Harper, who in 2005 called omnibus bills a contradiction to the conventions and practices of the House. Of course, that was before Harper himself used some enormous budget omnibus bills in Parliament. Like so many conservatives, of course, Mr. Harper was never one to let his values get in the way of doing whatever it was he wanted to do in the moment. So when talking about the content of this bill, Bill 16, what really stood out to me in this article was this quote, "The fact that the contents of an omnibus bill are admirable doesn't make their use any less offensive. They are almost always an attempt to slip controversial amendments past the public without adequate scrutiny. They seek to minimize the political damage the governing party must take to advance its politics." So I don't want to overstate the matter here. I'm not suggesting that Bill 16 is anywhere near as controversial as terrible conservative omnibus bills like C-38 were for Harper. But there is the principle of the thing. So the defense that is often presented on omnibus bills is often you can get away with it if you have a unifying theme. So if an omnibus bill is considered acceptable, it will have a thread that ties all of its pieces together. And, you know, I mean, I guess I can give this government a little bit of credit for making an attempt at that unifying thread. Unfortunately, they just missed the mark because these changes to 230 requirements and 12 pieces of legislation across 10 ministries, I just do think it missed the mark because it touches on so many regulations that don't really have anything to do with red tape. And I've provided a couple of examples of that already. Oh yeah, so I'll just speak for a moment on one of the other aspects of this bill because the section that stood out to me was the provincial offenses procedure. So this is a suite of amendments to how regulatory offenses are enforced and would increase access to justice, save time and costs for Albertans, improve enforcement, and court services, and support a shift to a fully digital justice solution. Now, this all sounds really great, but that was a quote from the government news release, and if you just read the government news releases, you know, everything they do sounds really great in their own news releases. And of course, we know that it's not really always all that great. So I had a lot of questions when I read this section because virtual court was being touted as a solution to save time and money. And my biggest question was, is the government able to provide any data to back this up? Are more or fewer staff required to run virtual court than in-person court? Does virtual court speed up the justice process? Do virtual courtrooms process a caseload that's higher, lower, or mostly the same as an in-person courtroom? Don't have answers to any of those questions, of course. The news release mentions how this will increase access to justice, and so, you know, the first thing that occurred to me was, are people booking actual appointments for virtual court appearances? This area is a little bit outside of my expertise, of course, but I do have friends and family who have, for example, gone through the family court system, and that's a system that I know makes use of the virtual format, but the experience that people I know had wasn't that it provided easier access. They were still in a situation where they had to take a half day or potentially a full day off from work. They had to wait for hours until their turn with the judge came up. And you know, I know there are some people who have the kinds of jobs where you could, you know, just leave like a virtual waiting room or whatever that looks like. You could leave a virtual waiting room running and just pop in when needed. But, you know, I'll remind folks that, you know, not everyone is a white-collar working professional. So, sure, you know, this change might make access to justice easier for, you know, like say an accountant or, you know, an admin assistant, someone who has a really understanding boss. But does this, will this change increase access to justice for a grocery store cashier? For, you know, someone who has to work in the gig economy, they're driving an Uber, they're delivering your food, you know, are they able to, you know, just keep that virtual room running and just wait around for hours until it's their turn with the judge? And the answer is no, of course. You know, those people are still, whether they're, you know, going to a virtual court or going to in-person court, still going to have to take time off work to do it, right? They're still going to take that half day or full day off. So I just don't. I don't see how this does enough to improve access to justice for folks like that. Oh, sorry. It's warm in here today. Very warm. It's warm. And it smells like donuts. I think it smells like donuts in here right now. Leave the chamber, come back in, and tell me if you think it smells like donuts. It does. Like, I feel like I'm in the donut mill.
It does.
Okay, I'm going to run out of time here soon, but the other issue I just wanted to touch on was just like the issue of red tape reduction itself. And that's because I've heard this government say that they're, you know, striving for regulatory excellence. They're doing that by reducing regulatory burdens. But I would be remiss to not take this opportunity that I have to point out that regulation is not necessarily a bad thing. Regulations are simply requirements that a government imposes on private interests. So that's, you know, companies or it's individuals. And they don't implement those requirements to burden people. They're almost always put in place with good intentions. Regulations are designed to address public health and safety, to protect the environment, to promote fair competition. And these are all laudable goals. I see the hand coming down, so I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any others wishing to speak? The member for Sherwood Park.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The Red Tape Additions Act, I believe, is what we're speaking to. This is the 8th Red Tape Act brought in. I learned, as a new MLA, I've learned that this is the 8th time that there's been a Red Tape Act brought in by the UCP, which is pretty incredible. That's a lot of going back to the well. For something to create a new position, a new role in society. We have the C-suite in society. There's a new C-suite position. That's the chief gatekeepers, the CGK. You might see that on some people's business cards coming up in the future. Maybe on the government side, they'll put that on their business their business cards. Maybe they'll put minister, and then they'll also put if they are a CGK. Because there is a lot of red tape in Alberta that's not being taken care of with a bill that's here to reduce red tape. There are some things I wish would have been brought up in the Red Tape Reductions Act, and maybe some changes that could be looked at by the minister who has the opportunity to review things brought in for the opportunity for nonprofits to work in the charitable sector, to work in casinos. So just to bring everybody up in the House a little bit on the background, in Alberta we have a very unique system for fundraising for nonprofits. And with those nonprofits, you have an opportunity to work in a casino, a gambling setting where we know there is activity going on that we don't want in society, but we found a way to So back to our unique charitable gaming system that we have here, Mr. Speaker. I'll just read it. So it's the only model in Canada like this. And I didn't know that until, as a volunteer, I've worked in some casinos where we bring volunteer staff in from nonprofits. A lot of times they're community organizations, sports organizations, and their work is to be the bankers and work inside the casino. And they get a take on the casino. And it's a great system, actually. It's really special to Alberta. One of the most interesting things about it, which I wish the government would look at, and they could have looked at in Bill 16, is that if you are a municipality like Strathcona County, you don't, which is right up against the city of Edmonton, you don't have the opportunity to work at a casino, let's say the Yellowhead Casino or the Argyle Casino, which are on the border of my riding. And for my community, we can't go into the city to work at casinos. We have to work at a county casino, which means we're heading off to Camrose often. And our take on the casino money is small compared to what's drawn in for the city. You know, from a county perspective, what we would like to see is we would like the opportunity to say, province-wide, can we find a way to make there more fairness in the system of fundraising for communities? Could have been in Bill 16. It's your bill, and it could have been in Bill 16. That's the point. There was a lot of paper tearing at the beginning, so you might have heard that I said they wish there were things in Bill 16. This is something I wish was in Bill 16. You have the opportunity with your omnibus bill to bring in some useful legislation, and you have missed that opportunity. So for Sherwood Park, the community, we would like to look at bringing this in. There's still that opportunity to bring amendments. We dealt with a lot of amendments today. Wish that we would have that in Bill 16. We have had some good discussion here in this House about some of the things that have been taken away with Bill 16, which isn't bringing forward something for therapists. There's another type of therapist in this province which in Strathcona County we wish was being looked at, and that is massage therapists. It's another profession in this province which does not have a college. And without that college, we are dealing with we are dealing in our criminal justice system with cases of assault by massage therapists. So it's a very trusted position in this society. We have a role, and we have no college to professionally manage massage therapists. It's something else that we could have brought in with the red tape bill. Under this ministry, there is an opportunity to look at ways we can bring massage therapists up into the modern times and just acknowledge this is a valuable position in society, but it does need professional oversight and needs a college of professional massage therapists, and none exists in Alberta right now. So there's lots of things lacking. One of the things I find most interesting about the red tape bill is the government's ability to make claims. I know in business, if I would have come to my board and I would have said, we just made you $2.79 billion, they would have said, that's great. Can we have the accounting to prove that? What's so fascinating about a red tape bill is the government gets to make announcements like they have now saved Albertans $2.7 billion through red tape reductions since 2019. Where's the benchmarks? How are we doing our key performance indicators? Where is our measurement coming from? If you can't measure it, you can't manage it, and that is just the truth. We get to make announcements like, things are 33% better, there's 33% less red tape. That's amazing. I would love to know where this is coming from. Right? Right? There is this amazing ability just to say things are better, throw out numbers, and I'm sure it went sort of something like this. They kind of said, what sounds reasonable? What sounds like a reasonable, I would love to have an intervention from the minister. That's great.
Thank you to the honourable member. We had a bit of a side bet going whether it would get accepted or not. So I just wanted to provide some clarity because you asked a good question, and I'm glad that you did. Yep. How did we land at the $2.75 billion that we saved job creators and Albertans? Well, we didn't land there. That is an industry-reported number. So I'll give you an example. One of the biggest savings that we did was allowing for the co-mingling of abandoned wells. That saved industry over $500 million. Again, an industry-reported number. But it's not just, red tape reduction is not just about the dollars saved. It's also about providing convenience to Albertans. And we have to look no further than my department, which has allowed you to register, provide personal registry services online so that you don't have to go to our registries on a Saturday and line up. You can actually do it from the comfort of your home in your space at your own pace. And so it's about the $2.75 billion? Absolutely. But it's about the convenience that we're offering Albertans as well. And again, it's an industry-reported number. I hope that provides some clarity for you.
Right on. I like it when it works.
Thank you, Minister. Really, with Bill 16, the only thing I really like about it is its number. It's the number of wins that the Oilers need to win the Stanley Cup. 16 wins. That's really the thing I like most about Bill 16.
15 now, but it's 16 total.
Right, we only need 15 remaining. Would we consider a change in the name of this bill? All right, let me just get reorganized. And I appreciate that, Minister. I do still think it has that opportunity to be a bit nebulous when we're talking about what we are achieving. So, with the red tape additions, I'll come back to municipalities. One of the things municipalities are most concerned, not with Bill 16, but with this suite of bills that have been brought through in this legislature, is the oversight over government. Government is going to have more oversight over government. I dare say the government dream of small government, the conservative dream of small government, it is dead in this province. We have more layers upon more layers being added into our provincial system, and it's being added into by a government that brands themselves as conservative. That dream of small government is dead. And we brought it up today in question period, and it's just one of those small examples where we have, if you could go into Hinton and you go down the highway, you'll be familiar with going towards Jasper from Edmonton, or you'll be familiar with Hinton. Off of the highway, we have a side road off of a frontage road. It's really a standard road you might see in many towns and cities across Alberta, and you would come across an empty lot. it's been empty for years, so long that we have poplar trees that are growing on this property that have been there for probably 16 years. Everybody who would walk along this site would say, that's just an empty lot. A developer comes to the town of Hinton and says, we want to build here. That sounds great, says City Council. They look at the property. Sometime in the past, an engineer drew on the property line a place where there could have been an alleyway or laneway. It doesn't go into anything. It's a laneway that goes into the edge of a property line, but it was drawn in there. So the city looks at it, talks to the developer. Developer says, hey, we would like to build on this property, but we just need to say it's not a road anymore. This is actually just going to be a property you can develop into commercial real estate. Municipal council reviews this. City administration brings a report. They say, you know what, this is a great idea. The developer gets excited. Then they pass a bylaw, say, you know what, we're going to change this from a roadway. We're going to change this into a property that can be developed for commercial purposes. Hooray, this is great. Oh, just one catch. We have to go to the provincial government to see if it's okay that we change this, this thing that's been zoned as a roadway into a commercial property for development. No promises, developer. I know this provincial government. They get things done quickly. They're so fast at everything. We just had great reference to that from the minister. And then they wait. Council waits. The developer waits. Costs go up. Construction costs that could be bought for at today's price, we're going to have to buy for at a future price. Time goes by. A year goes by, and the minister finally says, oh, why am I signing this? Why am I even looking at this? And they have to sign off on it. It gets back to the municipality, and then the developer can start that development process of going through the point where they want to look at what are the designs, what are the construction parameters we're going to have to meet in order to build this site. But they were delayed for a year by the addition of oversight, of government oversight over government. And it's unnecessary. It's another thing that could have been added to this Bill 16. Ways that we can try and improve lives for Albertans. More ways that we can find for that. So I keep on seeking for those looks within the province, and I know especially when it comes back to that if the minister would like to get up and talk about the ways we can bring counties into city casinos for fundraising, I think that would be a really popular decision in counties that surround municipalities that have cities that have the casinos. How are we doing for time there, Mr. Speaker?
Left, member.
Oh my goodness. I've really covered it off. I've really talked to Bill 16 a lot, but yeah.
You can wrap on that high note.
Well, then I'll bring wrap to this because, Mr. Speaker, I think there are some additions I want. The addition of removing that ministerial oversight, something that can be handled by administration, where administration would look at a development decision by a municipality, they would provide comment or straight approval, and then the municipality could move quickly on those development opportunities, which matters so much to towns in this province and cities in this province where it's challenging to get development in the first place. And then I want to look at the ways to bring counties into the city to work at casinos so the nonprofits in counties have access to that greater pool of funding to fund their activities. And then last thing, we do need to look at oversight for massage therapy, because massage therapy is working in this province without any oversight, and there are assaults that are happening to Albertans that could be prevented with a proper massage therapy college. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and at this time I'll turn it over to anybody else.
Thank you. Are there any others wishing to speak? The member from Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to provide a few comments on Bill 16, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Acts. And I guess, yeah, I mean, this is something that is becoming more clear to me as we've now seen a number of red tape reduction acts are framed as such, and that's that it's good that the government's going through existing statutes, regulations, and bills or laws, to look for updates and so forth. I mean, that's normal procedure for any government. But generally, there's a mechanism by which you can use a miscellaneous statutes act to enact these things. And it saves, it's very efficient, right? And efficiency is a manifestation of red tape reduction, I would venture to say. You can actually put those miscellaneous statutes acts to the opposition or any parties in the House and come to a virtual agreement before the legislation even hits the floor of the legislature. And so by somehow not doing that, we're slowing down the process. And as another one of my colleagues from Calgary-Bennington pointed out, you know, if you're building something between a miscellaneous statutes act and a omnibus bill, then you're creating lots of ways by which a bill is just necessarily taken down, which could have some good ideas in it, by something that is less than good or inadequate or dysfunctional in some way. And so you know, just the structure of a red tape reduction statutes amendment act, as this one, Bill 16 is, you know, it has inherent flaws in it in the way that it's constructed. If you use miscellaneous statutes, you can talk to the opposition, you can cut a deal with that, and Bob's your uncle, right? You move on to something else. But instead we are, in fact, there's no one named Bob here. I didn't name anybody, did I? Whoops. Anyway. So I mean, with that in mind, I mean, that's what you know, that's the lens that I'm looking at this first and foremost. And some of the individual pieces then that kind of bring down what is otherwise some reasonable housekeeping, I think, you know, in regards to existing laws and regulation. The first one that comes to my mind is this the College of Alberta Psychologists to regulate counselors. And I mean, this is something that's been left on the shelf for a long time, right? It's way overdue, and they're just kind of rushing it into this bill without any proper consultation or planning or the money that is needed to associate to actually carry this out. And we know that Alberta psychologists have been looking for some oversight, provincial oversight. We know that mental health is a priority at all levels of government and all levels of institutions, from post-secondaries to K-12 education to, you know, Alberta Health Services and you name it. I mean, mental health is front and center as part of our responsibility as legislators. And so for us to look at this one little aspect of Bill 16 and see that this is tucked in there as an afterthought without consultation nor structure nor money to make it work does a disservice to this whole mental health issue that we are responsible for here in the legislature, right? You can't just sort of throw in something like that as an afterthought. It needs to be structurally sound. It needs to have the professionals that can help build proper legislation involved every step of the way, and it needs to be funded. And so, I mean, that alone undermines the sort of grab bag of miscellaneous statutes that Bill 16 does have built here within it. I mean, you know, my understanding of, you know, kids walking through casinos to get to the restaurant or whatever, I mean, it doesn't seem like a big problem, right? But with the psychologists' college not adequately supported in the same legislation, then suddenly the casino element that's in here gets dragged down with that other thing. So I mean, that's my first comment on this bill. I mean, we know that Albertans have a pressing interest in making life more affordable for themselves and their families, to buttress our public health care system, which is in crisis mode at this moment, including mental health, of which this bill does have touch on very briefly. We know that again, our education system is in imminent crisis. I've never seen such big class sizes and lack of building for capacity because of, all the young families that are here and having children. And then, to top it all off, right, as if irony doesn't reign supreme in this place very, very often, we have a Red Tape Reduction Act within two bill numbers, Bill 16, 17, 18, which is like the mother of all red tape increases. It's literally written on a big wad of red tape, right? Intruding on municipalities and post-secondaries and funding and trying to build this giant desk of everything. I can envision this, this Stalinist sort of idea of being able to, we must oversee everything that goes across our borders, right? Bill 18, the mother of all red tape increase bills, just at the very same time that, this one slides through the across our desks as well. So, I think Albertans want the government to do better. There are pressing issues that need to be discussed, and we need to make sure we're focusing our energies on those things. I would venture to say that Bill 16, by and large, is not any of those things, and really Albertans expect better. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Calgary, Buller-McCall.
Speaker, I rise to this Bill 16, which is again named as Red Tape Reduction Bill. Over the period of last 5 years, I have seen quite a few red tape reduction bills. Generally speaking, I think red tape would mean that there is some bureaucratic hurdles in the process, and you're cleaning up those processes so that processes are streamlined, and that would help Albertans navigate those processes better. But what this government has been doing and claiming with these bills is that somehow that helped Albertans save $2.75 billion through these bills. And this bill alone will save $1.5 billion. I don't know how as my colleague mentioned, that this will also include changes that will allow kids to pass through the casino with their parents and guardians. I don't know how that saves us $1.5 million. I think I would be very interested in if Minister could show their seats and table those reports which tell Minister those kind of things. We do know that they saved businesses $4.7 billion when they came and gave them a big fat handout by cutting their taxes, after which we lost a lot of jobs in Calgary. 30% of Calgary downtown still sits empty, and we are yet to see the prosperity that the UCP promised with their cuts. One more thing that I want to talk about in this bill specifically, there are so many pieces of legislation I can talk about, but one that caught my attention was the Provincial Offences Procedure Act. And one of the changes that they are making in it, that they are adding some digital service and additional terms, but also increasing the timeline for proceeding to be instituted within this act to 12 months from the existing 6 months. We do know that our justice system is under a lot of strain. There are a lot of delays, but what this government is doing, that they found this as a fix to increase the timeline for proceedings from 6 months to 12 months. And yet, what they did, they could have accepted federal government offer for 17 judges, superior court judges, and establish a unified family court that would have freed up a lot of time, and they wouldn't need to change the timelines from 6 months to 12 months. That's not red tape reduction. That's simply you're addressing the delays facing court and justice system in an artificial way by changing the targets. Instead, before people could expect that proceedings will be initiated in 6 months. Now they're delaying it to 12 months. So essentially, many of the changes contained in this act are changes to the substantive law in this province. That should be the responsibility of the minister in charge of the file. We do remember from previous bills that NDP government, when we were in government, we index age payments, income support, and senior payments to CPI, Consumer Price Index. And they de-indexed that, and that change, which impacted thousands upon thousands of Albertans, that was also contained in a red tape reduction bill. So government is not even upfront about the name of their legislation, much less what's contained in it. If there are housekeeping changes, generally both House leaders usually agree on those, and that's passed fairly quickly in the form of a miscellaneous statute act. But this one, it's a substantive changes to laws, programs, and services. Minister responsible should be looking after these changes, and instead of creating more red tape by adding a minister who often doesn't know what's contained in his bill, government somehow claims that that's their red tape reduction effort. These are the changes that will impact Albertan in substantive ways. That's not red tape, that's just government cutting programs and services in the guise of red tape. One of the change also got my attention was that they were making some change to public interest, which initially included health, safety, environment, and fiscal accountability. Now they're replacing with health and safety of Albertans. Like, those are the kind of things that either could go in miscellaneous statute act, or if they think these changes are needed, then minister responsible could bring these changes. With that, I move that we adjourn debate on this so-called red tape reduction.
Members, the honourable member for Calgary-Boular-McCall has moved to adjourn debate. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 18, Provincial Priorities Act, adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Hunter.
The honourable member for Taber-Warner has 6 minutes remaining should he choose to use it. Are there others wishing to join the debate? The honourable member for Calgary Varsity is risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak on Bill 18, which is the Provincial Priorities Act, and tell you about why I cannot support this bill. I represent Calgary Varsity, which includes the University of Calgary, and I have heard from many academics and retired academics and people that work at the university with many concerns that they have about this bill. Prior to my role here with you, I was a physician but also a researcher at the University of Calgary, and I received many Tri-Council grants. I had students funded by Tri-Council grants, and I was a reviewer of Tri-Council grants. I'm really concerned that instead of creating barriers to research, which this bill will do by creating uncertainty and I'm sure creating delays, this government should really be looking at increasing the research budget, which is something that's super important. Canada is falling behind the rest of the world very significantly in terms of the amount of funding going into training and research, and that is, of course, our future. Any added funds from Alberta and stabilization would really help, or would any added funds from this government would certainly help stabilization of research. So in Canada, research is mostly funded by federal grants. These are the so-called Tri-Council grants, which is CIHR, NSERC, and SSHRC. And university salaries and pay gaps are under the jurisdiction of the provincial governments. There are lists of federally funded grants available online, so you do need to look at the sources. And even looking at trying to track what money goes to what university is very challenging, because if you get a grant and it involves collaborators that are part of that grant, the money will come to the principal investigator and that institution, but then the funds will be distributed to your colleagues across the country. So it's not surprising to me that it's challenging, and just looking at grants, even that our universities would look at that come in, it's not always clear where all that money goes. Our universities also receive overhead from federal government grants. So every time we get a federal grant, we also are helping to keep the university running. And as the funding from this government has been decreasing, we are critically dependent on every bit of funding that can come in. So I did mention that one of the things that this government, that provincial governments are responsible for, is the gender pay gap, which is worse at the University of Calgary than anywhere else in the country. In a 2010 CBC article, this was highlighted, and in July of 2019, the University of Calgary implemented a slight correction of $1,398 to the base salary, but another report in 2020 published by the CBC showed in that second article that there was still a gender pay gap of $23,000 per year at the University of Calgary. So there are some important things that this government could do to build our research environment, aside from creating uncertainty that Bill 18 will do. One of the major problems with research in Canada, as I mentioned, is that there really are not enough grants being funded. I mentioned that female researchers are paid less for the same work, but also our research buildings are old and need to be replaced and repaired. So I'm hoping that this government will rethink what they're planning to do with Bill 18 and focus on these issues instead of defunding our universities and threatening to destabilize grant funding. I'm now going to review a really insightful commentary by University of Calgary political science professor Dr. Lisa Young in her blog, What Now? An Alberta Politics newsletter. I'll then add some more detail about the grant process if I still have some time remaining. Dr. Young first provides an overview of the federalism and post-secondary education, and clearly notes that provinces do have jurisdiction over post-secondary education, and that really is not the issue here. Provinces legislate in this area. They approve the creation of institutions, that they set out how the institutions are governed. They pay some of the bills and offer some operating grants to our post-secondaries. These operating grants, together with revenue from tuition and things like parking, kind of keep the lights on and pay the faculties and the staff salaries. But it is really the federal government that funds most of the research. This research is seen as their responsibility. So they offer this through these tri-council grants, and I will note that they are arm's length from the government. The government funds the agencies, which then determine how they will administer the grants. Here's a little bit of an overview of what they do and who decides. So a researcher who wants to get funded by one of these agencies submits an application that includes all the details about the research, about their own background, and makes the case why they are competent and capable of doing this research. And they outline exactly what funds are required. Certainly in making that case why they should do this research, the researcher is also going to explain, I can do it because I'm at the University of Calgary and it is a stable institution where the lights are always going to be turned on and that they will have the resources to administer this grant. There also are a number of other core research facilities that would be important to this grant. These grants are then adjudicated by panels of researchers from within the discipline, and governments are completely kept out of this. So Bill 18 gets to digging into wanting to look at who gets money, and this is totally inappropriate. We don't want government deciding where exactly these grants should go. These granting agencies do have identified strategic priorities, and these change over time depending on the needs of society. These are determined by each of the different granting councils, and they set aside some funds for these areas of priority, whereas other funds are for the best grants that come through to them, and that it is really based on that priority. And I can say that these grants are highly competitive. To get a CIHR grant is a feather in your bonnet. They are hard to get, and it is a very small proportion of grants that get funded. And these are all from highly respected researchers who all have academic appointments. So, for example, CIHR has set aside some money for enhanced patient experiences and outcomes through health innovation, and on health and wellness for Aboriginal people. These are two of the priorities that are currently set aside as priorities. Social sciences health research funding has set aside money for Imagining Canada's Future. This is an initiative which prioritizes areas such as shifting dynamics of privilege and mobilization. Dr. Young, in her blog, also notes that perhaps some of these ideas might be a little bit woke for our Premier's taste, but they're hardly an extension of a Trudeau government policy agenda because they play no role in determining this. These are based on what is happening in society and what the needs are. So how could our province get involved rather than putting up barriers and creating red tape? Maybe we could call this the Creating Red Tape Bill. If the provincial government wanted to push research in any particular area, they can spend their own money. The government can do that. There already is Alberta Innovates, which provides funding focusing on digital health, clean resources, and smart agriculture. There are no funding opportunities now in the humanities and the social sciences, but there's nothing stopping the government from funding this kind of research if the government would prefer. But what about this new legislation? Can this government stop funding research if it would like? Well, here's a little take on the Janet French from the CBC's account of what's our Premier has said about our post-secondary institutions. Premier Smith said those agreements also require provincial...
Order. The use of a private name, even if you're quoting from a document, would not be parliamentary. I'm sure it was a small error, and appreciate the member will withdraw and proceed.
I apologize. So I would say our Premier has said that these agreements require provincial oversight in Alberta because the federal government is making political decisions about which research projects to fund. Now, we know that is not the case. And our Premier has also said that they are funded in a certain way based on a certain ideology, and that's what we're going to be able to determine once that becomes a lot more transparent. Well, I would argue that everything's available there, the process, everything's available exactly what grants are funded, so we don't need legislation to look at transparency, we just need someone to look at what's being funded. For the provincial government to start picking and choosing what gets funded by the federal government would require the granting agencies to amend their agreements with our Alberta post-secondary institutions. And right now, those agreements basically say that the institution can be trusted to hold research money on behalf of the granting agencies, and that they promise to follow accounting rules and make sure that researchers comply with research ethics rules. That's kind of it. The universities determine who they hire in terms of faculty, which then can determine what kind of grants will come to a university. But they don't determine the exact grants that are funded. If this province is insisting on ripping up these agreements and bringing in a clause that tries to tell granting agencies what they can fund, I expect that there is going to be a no from the government granting agencies, and there's going to be so much uncertainty that we're going to see fleeing of our investigators. That we'll lose a lot of jobs, we'll lose a lot of training opportunities. And so I would really urge rethought on this part of the bill because it is going to create chaos. It is absolutely not going to have any effect on what gets funded in this province. There are other avenues to do that. So I will end my review of this and turn the floor over to my colleagues.
Honourable members, are there others? The Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in this chamber today to speak in favour of Government Bill 18, the Provincial Priorities Act. This bill, if passed by the Legislative Assembly, will ensure that federal tax dollars are spent in partnership with the provincial government. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I'm going to tell you that in my first term from 2015 to 2019, we saw an unprecedented action from the NDP at the government, and they literally went to battle with our neighbours in Saskatchewan, picking a fight with one of our longest allies, if you will, from Western Canada. Now, if you're looking at this, they were literally shutting down almost everything we could do. The joke was they were actually building the the Brad wall between Alberta and Saskatchewan. That is how bad it got underneath the NDP government. Now, they're here in front of us. They're saying, holy cow, you know what? We would never do that. Yet that's exactly what they did, and they did it with a neighbor who was an ally. Now, when it comes to the federal government, we're seeing an interjection. I will hear your interjection.
Certainly. The member for Bonnyville Cold Lake noted that there was significant, I guess you might say, warfare between the Alberta government from 2015 to 2019 in the province of Saskatchewan, but failed to give any examples. I was wondering if he might outline a bit of detail about what specifically he was referring to during those years.
Well, you know what? It was in the media. They saw it almost on a daily basis. Minister, at the time, former Minister Billis, was actually known for his stances for the jobs in his economy and how bad we were doing in Alberta for the fact that you were chasing jobs out of the province and Saskatchewan was seeing jobs inflowing from us. You know what? In my constituency alone, in Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul, I had people that were getting jobs in Saskatchewan because they couldn't be employed underneath the NDP government. That is how bad it was. So if you're looking for an example, chasing jobs out of Alberta did a lot of damage. And again, when it comes to our NDP friends, no, I don't want to take another one, but we can maybe go a little further. What I will say is that they are using this bill. They're saying that they've always been friends with everybody. But in that case, I've got a clear example that is not the case. Now, I don't believe that it would come to a surprise for many of the members, at least on this side of the chamber, that for many years now, Justin Trudeau has found it exceptionally difficult to get Albertans to vote for him in any meaningful way. It's to the point, it's my understanding, that the provincial Liberals and the provincial NDP are actually changing their names, looking to pursue that because it's so bad. That's how awful our relationship is that their own provincial parties are abandoning the federal parties. You can't make that up. So, what is Trudeau's response to this, Mr. Speaker? Well, was it to think that he would rethink his policy proposals to promote national unity? Well, of course not, Mr. Speaker. Rather than trying to mend the divide in this country, he is simply making it worse by imposing his destructive, and I'll repeat that, destructive agenda on Albertans and our taxpayers through direct funding agreements with cities and provincially regulated funded organizations. What we're seeing is that they're outright acknowledging that they're trying to work around the Alberta government outside of their jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. You know, if they can't join us, they'll beat us in another different way. And that is just not a good way to govern Canada. And we're seeing over and over again where the friction that Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau is bringing into this province and this country is going to come to the conclusion where they're booted out in the next federal election. And I welcome that. This is why I support Bill 18, the Provincial Priorities Act. Rather than having our fair share given to other provinces, we're going to be working with the federal government through a collaborative approach. And in this case, it's going to be, you need to tell us what you're doing. We want to work with you. We don't want to be against you. Nobody wants that. But I will tell you that we're forced to. This is not a good deal for us. And we're seeing it repeatedly where they're picking winners and losers. And I'm going to tell you, I am not in favor of that. And I can tell you my constituencies aren't either. Our constituents aren't either. Now, when it comes to Albertans, we need these dollars going towards actual provincial priorities, like housing, infrastructure, roads, something that the federal environment minister feels Canada no longer needs, Mr. Speaker. They admit that they're out to really change Canada, and you know, fair enough. The federal government can do it underneath their jurisdiction. That's what they were elected to, and I respect that. But they're doing it inside of our jurisdiction, which I don't agree with at all. Currently, our Government Organizations Act requires intergovernmental agreements to be approved by the Minister of Intergovernmental Relations for Alberta, government departments, and some provincial agencies, such as the Alberta Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis, Alberta Securities Commission, and Travel Alberta, amongst others. However, this requirement does not extend to all the public agencies or broader public sector organizations, including municipalities, public post-secondary institutions, school boards, health entities, which has created a gap that could result in federal agreements contradicting provincial priorities investments. Mr. Speaker, Bill 18 seeks to close this loophole.
Trudeau and Singh have been working in bad faith with Alberta, but this is not unprecedented. We have seen this again when it comes to the fact that every time we ask for what Quebec gets, we get ignored. We're only asking what another province is getting. How can this be a wrong thing? Quebec's legislation covers municipalities, municipal bodies, public agencies such as post-secondary institutions, school boards, health agencies, and other legal entities that receive more than 50% of funding from the province. That sounds fair to me, Mr. Speaker. What about the members opposite? No? Don't know? Have to check with Jagmeet Singh, maybe? Was here today? Yeah. Did you ask him about Bill 18? I'm sure he said, love Bill 18. No, he didn't. No, he was here to undermine our government again. Undermine Alberta's priorities. That's what the NDP government does, which is why, again, we can't allow them to get back in again. Now, Alberta's government is demanding Justin Trudeau's Liberal government allocate Alberta's per capita share of the federal tax dollars for housing, roads, infrastructure, and this continues to be denied to us. Alberta will be launching a constitutional challenge on this matter, which the federal government is unconstitutionally abusing its federal spending power purely for ideological and political reasons. It's not just about Alberta and Quebec that this has been seen, Mr. Speaker. In November, premiers across the country were united in demanding that the federal government work with and through the provinces when making agreements with municipalities. Albertans are absolutely entitled to be treated fairly when it comes to how the federal government deals with us. And you know what? It comes down to hard-earned tax dollars that are being sent from Alberta to Ottawa, and it's only responsible to say we should be included when the money comes back. The United Conservative government will make sure this is exactly what happens, Mr. Speaker. Bill 18 is not about stopping provincial entities, such as Alberta municipalities, from receiving federal government funding. What this will do is require them to obtain prior approval from Alberta's government before entering into or amending or extending or renewing an agreement with the federal government. I can't believe that Justin Trudeau and Alberta's NDP opposition think that this is a polarizing issue for Albertans who just want to be treated fairly. It is not unreasonable for Alberta to demand fairness from Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, for many years, despite having almost no representation in Alberta, Liberal governments in Ottawa have been opposing their destructive agenda on Alberta taxpayers and Albertans in general. Ottawa continues to push their ideological agenda on everything, despite the fact that Canadians are speaking up more loudly and more often to oppose this destructive agenda by the federal government. This needs to end. Bill 18, if passed, aims to ensure Albertans' priorities are advanced to and inside of our province, not the priorities of the federal government that the NDP are clearly advocating for, or we would be hearing them echo. Bill 18 is the answer for us. We need to make sure that our policy moves forward. We need to be working in collaboration with the province, with the other provinces. I'll tell you, right now, as it sits, all they're doing is pretty much getting in the way of everything we're doing here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Yeah. Honourable members, are there others? The Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that it's my pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill 18, but I don't actually find it very pleasurable that we have to talk about this bill. Anyway, I'll launch in here. So, you know, many words come to mind when I read Bill 18. Inappropriate, spiteful, government overreach, dangerous, more red tape, the idea that the province has to approve every single federal agreement with a provincial entity, and just like the enormous amount of bureaucracy and red tape that will be needed to support that. Clearly, I'm opposed to this bill, and I will not be supporting it. At the heart of my objections is a question of if it's even appropriate for the provincial government to intervene in the space that is laid out here in Bill 18. If our role is to serve Albertans and to work together, maybe, to make their lives easier, safer, and more assured, why are we trying to interfere in the disbursement of funds to them? What does government interference in this space do? Well, nothing good. This bill is literally just continuing that fight with Ottawa, and it's doing it in a way that just reduces federal funding and other opportunities on which Albertans rely. It's shooting ourselves in the foot, Mr. Speaker. There's three main issues that I have with this bill that I'll talk about in turn. I don't think I'm going to have enough time in 15 minutes, but I'm going to try. So the municipal autonomy, research and academia, and housing. This bill asserts that any new, amended, or renewed agreement between Ottawa and a provincial entity that isn't approved by the province is invalid. What a load of red tape for a government that always wants to reduce red tape. Even the government's own Fair Deal panel recommended that no changes be made to administration of agreements between federal agencies and municipalities, but our Premier appears more concerned with picking a fight with Ottawa and feeding random conspiracy theories than serving Albertans. Under the municipal autonomy section, in my notes here anyway, the UCP seems to have forgotten that there are three levels of government: municipal, provincial, and federal. And Canadian residents over 18 vote for their representatives at each level. And each level of government has its roles and responsibilities clearly outlined. As such, every municipal councillor and mayor or reeve is an elected official, there to represent the needs of their constituents. If municipal councils find a positive relationship with federal agencies that serve their people, they should be able to pursue that without needing a permission slip from mommy and daddy provincial government. So, as usual in bill debate, I'd like to take some time to reflect on how this might affect my communities in Banff, Kananaskis. So, Lake Louise and Banff and Jasper, which is not in my writing but definitely fits in this realm of what I'm about to say. These three towns are in a national park on federal land. There are intricacies in the federal-municipal relationship that are essential to town functioning. There are also some big grants from the federal government to these communities. So, for example, $5 million from Parks Canada to Lake Louise for a new fire hall, $4.6 million from the federal government to Banff to build and address affordable housing issues. We've got $8.7 million for public transit and active transportation improvements in Banff, $5 million to Jasper for zero emissions equipment. I'm not sure how these large sums of money will be affected, but I do know that these three municipalities rely on that money. But there's other parts of the relationship between these municipalities and the federal government that aren't about big grants and big projects. They're about daily operations in the town. If a water main breaks in the town of Banff, they need to work with Parks Canada to repair it. Water treatment plants, they need to work with Parks Canada to do that. Any kind of infrastructure repair, daily operations, all of that is a relationship between the municipal government and Parks Canada. It is unclear to these municipalities and to me how that relationship might be impacted. But I can tell you that if a water main breaks in the town of Banff, they probably don't want to have time to involve the provincial government in exactly how they're going to address that issue, when really it's an issue for the town council and Parks Canada to address. Parks Canada also funds things like Rome Transit, which is essential public transit in the town of Banff and Lake Louise. Parks Canada contributes to that. Will that money still be able to flow so that 5 million tourists a year can get around town with public transit instead of relying on their cars? These municipalities have a right to work with the federal government on this. They are located on federal land, and maintaining that relationship without provincial interference is critical to just the daily operations of those towns. And all municipalities actually have a right to work with whichever branch of government will best help them serve their people. Moving on to the impacts to research and academia, I'll build a little bit on what my colleague from Calgary Varsity was sharing. We've talked about the impacts to academia and research facilities quite a bit in question period over the last couple of weeks. I do believe that there are serious threats to academic freedom with this bill. And it appears to be based on the Premier's feeling that there is some kind of grand conspiracy to only fund left-leaning research. Then yesterday, the Premier in question period defined the scientific method for us. Well, luckily, we have a scientist in the House, and I'm happy to share my own experience with the scientific method and research protocols at a university, of which I have direct experience. So the scientific method, I'm not going to get into how it works and what the steps are, but it's basically designed to be objective and to create research objectives, methods and analyses, and recommendations that are removed from personal bias. That is the whole essence of the scientific method, is that somebody could take your research and they could repeat it in exactly the same steps and get exactly the same results. The scientific method is free of personal bias. That is the whole point of this. The whole point of that is that data is data. It's just data. It doesn't come with an ideology or emotion or feelings. It is not partisan. Data is data. And so the knowledge resulting from robust, non-biased data is also nonpartisan. It is just the knowledge created from robust research. For the government to suggest that there is a role of politics in this research process gravely compromises the objectivity of the research process and comes dangerously close to using ideology to generate new knowledge. This comes dangerously close to controlling the information available to the people, and that is dangerously close to threatening our freedoms of knowledge and learning. I cannot understate that. This bill targets federal research grants, and I heard a little bit that this is because we need to know which grants are going where and funding what, and my colleague from Calgary Varsity did share some of the complexities of that. However, a simple Google search that takes about 20 minutes will tell you how much federal money is being awarded to what Alberta provincial institutions. The details of how that is trickling through the system may require a bit more investigation, but you know what it doesn't require? Legislation. It doesn't require a law to figure it out. It just takes somebody some time. We don't need a law to make this public. It's already public. Every single researcher will happily tell you who their funders are and where they got money to do the research, because that is a part of doing research, is acknowledging who your partners are, who your collaborators are, and where the money comes from. There's no conspiracy here. It is not a big secret. Bill 18 requires reporting and approval of Tri-Council research funding, as my colleague from Calgary Varsity shared. In 2024-25, we expect $533 million in transfers across institutions. That is an enormous sum of money. And the research that is being funded by this is one of the reasons why Alberta researchers are known worldwide. Our researchers are internationally renowned. They are my colleagues and my peers, and I am honored to work with them. I know our research facilities are the best because I'm a product of them, and I actually like to think I'm pretty great. But also, I've worked with some of the people who I think are the smartest, wisest, most intelligent, competent researchers in the world, and they are right here at the University of Alberta and the University of Calgary, and I talk to them all the time, and I can tell you that every single one of them is very, very concerned about this bill and what it will do to their research programs. As a researcher, I'm also intimately familiar with these granting processes. I have also applied for an NSERC grant, and I was rejected. But I didn't try to change the law or petition the Premier to change the law for me so that my research could be funded. What I did was I accepted that my research was maybe not robust enough for what NSERC was looking for, and I applied for other grants and have been successful in those. I've also reviewed grants and dispersed money. I've mentored young researchers and helped them with their grants, and I've been mentored by some of Alberta's best researchers. Throughout this process and being involved from the application phase to the approval and the disbursement phase, I can attest that my colleague from Calgary Varsity is correct that these research granting processes are incredibly competitive and that only the top echelon of grants are approved. And they are approved because of the robustness and the objectivity of the science. They are approved because they address the priorities of the granting agency, which is formed to be independent from the politics of the day. The politicians of the day, whether that be on this side of the House or that side of the House, have no business in identifying or prioritizing research priorities from tri-council grants. They're supposed to be independent from politics. As soon as they're not independent from politics, we lose some of that robustness and that objectivity that is so critical for the science. These tri-council research funding organizations are designed around rigorous peer review processes, which are also really important. Peer review is a critical component of science and assessing the validity, the rigor, and the applicability of a scientific project. Projects that are rejected just don't meet the high standards of methods or analysis to answer the research questions being posed. There is no grand conspiracy in how these decisions are made. There is no underlying underbelly of SSHRC or NSERC trying to advance some kind of weird political agenda, because that's the whole point of them, is that they're independent and they are not tied to a political agenda. There are people out there who are doing incredible research in Alberta, and they are addressing incredibly complex problems: climate change, healthcare. Why on earth would we want to wrap these researchers up in more red tape? You know what will happen is that they will just take their research somewhere else. If I applied for a grant and I got an NSERC grant and I had to go through all this red tape in Alberta, I'd probably just take my grant to BC. So we will lose some of our best and brightest minds in Alberta through this bill, and they will take their research elsewhere. As Dr. Dan O'Donnell from the Confederation of Alberta Faculty Associations said, high-quality medicine, science, and policy depends on ethical research practices, and that means judging research on its own merits, and not on the basis of whether the Premier likes what she sees. The question I ask myself when I am prescribed a drug or rely on science-based policy is whether it is safe and ethical, not whether the leader of the UCP thinks it will help her win an election. This bill dangerously interferes with our academic freedom, and I really urge all members in this House to strongly consider those implications before they vote. In terms of housing, I think this bill also gets in the way of addressing what is a top priority for Albertans right now, which is affordable housing. This bill could block badly needed funding for housing because the Alberta UCP has an issue with the net zero requirements, and they're ideologically opposed to that. But green buildings will lower the cost because of lower utilities for people. We're leaving money on the table again. We've done it before, we're doing it again. The federal government wants to give us hundreds of millions of dollars, and we are walking away because we're ideologically opposed. Thank you.
Honourable members, are there others? Just like to take the opportunity to remind members, if you're hoping to have private conversations, there's many places to do that around the building. Just be respectful to members of the Assembly when they're on their feet. The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat, followed by the Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise and speak in the House today. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is very simple. Alberta's government has asked Justin Trudeau and his Liberal NDP government in Ottawa to work collaboratively with us, to respect the wishes of our people, and to let us have a seat at the table in negotiations. But they didn't. This proving the Melch cow cartoon of 1915 correct yet again. Instead of working with us, the federal government has blatantly shown time and time again that they do not care about Albertans. To the Liberal NDP coalition, the only votes that matter to them are those that are under their thumb. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, Alberta held its 31st general election, and Albertans re-elected our UCP government to advocate for the interests of Albertans now and in the future. Why is this relevant to this topic? Well, permit me to share you a bit about my history. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Ontario, moved here in 1998. I've lived all over Alberta in various different small communities and rural communities. And the big two, I played junior football and lived in BC, and I can tell you what I learned from all of these locations is that the province that advocates for their people was better to live in than the ones who would sell their province out to buy social licensing. And I think that everyone, even the members on the other side of the Assembly, would agree that a provincial government should be able to pursue and advance the province's priorities for the betterment of its own people. But as become far too similar, the federal government thinks they know best on everything in every corner of this country, always. And Mr. Speaker, that's just not true. Ottawa continues to push their ideological agenda on everything, and they continue to overreach into every jurisdiction to try to manage the province's responsibilities while failing embarrassingly on their own responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. No matter that they've lost consecutive court battles relating to constitutional jurisdictions, no matter that more and more Canadians are speaking out louder and louder in opposition of their destructive agenda, the federal government just doesn't take an approach different than no matter. And no matter that even when provinces try to work in good faith, there is no willing partner in Ottawa, just a hostile, arrogant, corrupt, financially tone-deaf Prime Minister hell-bent on destroying jurisdictional boundaries. This is why Bill 18 is so important. In Alberta, in Alberta's over 100 years as being a provincial jurisdiction, Liberal governments have come and gone, and they've all looked to strip autonomy and representation out of Alberta. They continue to impose their destructive agenda on Alberta taxpayers through failed policy, now direct funding agreements with cities and provincially regulated and funded organizations. Take the most recent carbon tax increase, for example. Our Premier has stood up with 7 different premiers across this country of different political stripes, calling on the federal government to meet with the premiers who represent the majority of Canadians who are also opposed. Mr. Speaker, 7 in 10 Canadians, to be specific, are opposed to that increase. Yet, the Prime Minister chose not to collaborate. Instead of collaborating, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is hiding and acting like a scared child, throwing temper tantrums and refusing to meet with the premiers of Canada to listen to over 70% of Canadians who oppose the Karen of Confederation, our Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Instead of facing the hard truth that his carbon tax is hurting Canadians and worsening the affordability crisis, and the biggest joke of all is that Trudeau's carbon tax doesn't actually help the environment. It is nothing but a wealth distribution scheme. If the federal government could stay in their own lane, I know we remain happy to work with them. But with their constant overstepping into provincial matters, we know that safeguards are needed to be put in place to defend the interest of Albertans. And that's why the Provincial Priorities Act is so important, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Cypress Medicine Hat feel we do not want federal funding on virtue signaling political programs and projects. What we want is our fair share of tax dollars going to roads, infrastructure, and housing, as well as other key priorities. Dollars that are spent the way we want them spent, and not the way that our Prime Minister's Lord Farquaad-like ego wants it spent. We need federal carbon tax, or we need federal dollars spent in partnership with provincial tax dollars on actual provincial priorities, and not federal failed ideas like no more roads. Even though you can only count Alberta's Liberal and NDP MPs on 4 fingers, That hasn't stopped the federal government from imposing a destructive agenda that Albertans do not want and do not need in our province. But the message for our dictator like Karen on Parliament Hill, well, their message was simple: elect more Liberals. What a narcissistic view that is completely unacceptable in Canadian politics. The Provincial Priority Act sets up clear, dividing lines. In matters of provincial jurisdiction, the province is the boss, not the Liberal and socialist fat cats of Ottawa. Cities and other provincially funded and regulated entities will be required to have provincial approval before entering into amendments or amending or extending or renewing any agreement with the federal government. We know that the federal government doesn't believe that Albertans deserve their fair share, but Mr. Speaker, our United Conservative government believes that Albertans deserve their fair share of federal tax dollars and to have them spent in a way that we prioritize first and foremost. We will ensure this happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill 18, the Provincial Priorities Act. So we've certainly had some interesting comments about this today from the members across the way. You know, I've been listening to their MLAs talk about respecting the wishes of our people, about having respectful provincial-federal partnership on the spending of tax dollars, on wanting to ensure that spending is aligned with looking at the priorities of what's needed for the people of Alberta. Now, certainly I have many questions about how these members define what they consider to be the priorities of the people of Alberta, given their penchant for pursuing things like an Alberta pension plan, which Albertans have been very clear they don't want, and which the government promised they would not do, but that they are pursuing. Similarly, forcing an Alberta provincial police force, which they continue to pursue, which again a majority of Albertans do not want, and have made that very clear, and which again they promised they would not do, but are now trying to do through the back door. So when this government talks about wanting to align federal spending with provincial priorities, we have to ask about what those priorities are. And when they talk about doing what's best for the people of Alberta, we have real questions about how they determine what that is, because they continue to pursue so many things that the people of Alberta have expressly told them they do not want them to do. But let's take a look at the bill itself. There's basically two areas I want to talk about today, Mr. Speaker. Federal funding for municipalities and federal dollars for funding for research. So let's start by talking about federal funding for municipalities. Let's specifically talk about housing dollars, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Executive Director of the Premier's office, Mr. Rob Anderson, shortly after this bill was released, he was online. He said, Alberta wants its per capita share of federal tax dollars. We will ensure those dollars are spent on actual Alberta first priorities, not virtue signaling waste. Now, Mr. Speaker, over the last few years, the City of Edmonton has built 210 units of supportive housing. Okay, so that is housing with wraparound supports, social workers, healthcare workers for individuals who have complex needs, who have been living on the streets. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, here in downtown Edmonton, in our central communities, we have seen many of those individuals. Indeed, that has been the case since I was first elected in 2015. We have seen the numbers of those folks double over the last 4 to 5 years under a UCP government. Now, one of the best solutions for that is to provide supportive housing. And indeed, this government's own documentation, their own recent budget, business plans, strategy documents talk about what a success supportive housing is. Now, the City of Edmonton stepped up to lead on this because the provincial government was dragging its feet. The City of Edmonton donated land. The City of Edmonton put in the funding to get this started, and they applied for funding from the federal government, and they approached the province for a commitment on funding. The province refused to collaborate. The province would not put in a single dollar. Now, thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the federal government did. And because we were able to access that federal funding, we have those 210 units of supportive housing here in the City of Edmonton, 210 less individuals with complex needs on the streets, having to access the emergency room, tying up police services, tying up EMS. Now, when we talk about provincial priorities. We talk about collaboration on funding, Mr. Speaker. One of the reasons the province did not step up was because they made it very clear they did not believe in the supportive housing model. This despite the fact, again, that their own strategy documents praise this model and note the studies that noted success. But talking with folks who work on the front lines in a number of different organizations at different points in the system, they told us it was very clear that in their conversations with this government, that as soon as they introduced the word supportive housing, that was the end of the conversation. They were not interested. So when we talk about this government saying they want full reign over federal dollars to spend it according to their priorities, it seems pretty clear that if Bill 18 had been in place 4 or 5 years ago, those 210 units of supportive housing never would have been built. And to be clear, Mr. Speaker, we're still far short on what we actually need. Because again, the number of people that are living without housing doubled over the last 4 to 5 years, and we repeatedly saw this government drag its feet, striking task force after committee, report after report, refusing to take actual action. Meanwhile, the City of Edmonton and the federal government worked together and got something done. So that is my concern, Mr. Speaker, when we have this government standing up and saying now they want to be the gatekeeper for every federal dollar that flows to a municipality in this province. Because this government has repeatedly made it clear that they are going to put their political interests and priorities, and frankly ideology, ahead of what is actually effective for our local municipalities and for Albertans. And that they are willing to insert themselves in that, and that in fact then they are willing to let communities suffer because of their own ideology and their political interests. So we have heard clearly from municipal leaders across this province who've expressed deep concern that not only now are we going to have this government inserting themselves in an ideological way, but they're going to create excessive red tape and delay projects, much as we saw this government, the current Minister of Municipal Affairs, drag out and delay the Green Line in Calgary, again for their political interests, on behalf of a few of their political friends in the city of Calgary. Delayed that project by over a year, Mr. Speaker, with needless review and delay. The second piece I want to speak about, Mr. Speaker, knowing we have limited time, is to talk about academic research and funding. Now, again, just after this bill was released, it became clear that this government was now also going to interfere in the process by which federal dollars are awarded for research funding. They want to scrutinize every dollar that comes through. The Premier, and this is quoting from a news article, went on to accuse the federal government of imposing an ideological agenda while insisting her government is not doing the same. To quote the Premier, "When we do spending, it doesn't have an ideological tinge to it." Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, we learned that in November 2022, the Premier quietly launched a $2 million secret review of COVID response in the province. It's headed by a UCP nomination candidate who accused Alberta Health Services of intentionally manipulating data to justify health restrictions during the pandemic. And again, Mr. Speaker, the Premier said, "When we do spending, it doesn't have any ideological tinge to it." She said that with a straight face. We have a very clear example right here, Mr. Speaker, not to mention the other $2 million panel that was headed by her mentor and close friend, Preston Manning, who was awarded $2 million, of which he took home a nice $250,000 himself for that work. No ideological tinge there, Mr. Speaker. Now, the person that she put in charge of this panel was filmed making those comments about Alberta Health Services at a rally. Now, this is a gentleman who has worked at the Red Deer Regional Hospital, Dr. Gary Davidson. One of his colleagues at that hospital spoke out at that time. He said he was disappointed by Dr. Davidson's comments. He said that while the hospital had historic capacity issues, COVID-19 had in fact left the facility overtaken with cases, only performing life and limb surgeries His colleague said, I think this kind of messaging causes potential harm to the public, and I don't think it should be tolerated. Now, did the Premier invite that colleague to be part of that panel? No, she did not. She gravitated to the one dentist out of 10 that says flossing is bad for your teeth. And we have seen this as a repeated pattern with this Premier. She has an obsession with going for the fringe. And that is all well and good, Mr. Speaker. If that is her personal interest, that is fine.
Order is noted. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on 23H, I, and J. The member opposite said during his speech that the Premier has a tendency or likes to gravitate towards the fringe. It was part of an extensive ramble from that member that I felt was, I think, even worthy of saying is not on topic for the bill. But I'm not sure what the obsession is with the Premier, but I will say that the member opposite certainly is using language that would create disorder in this chamber, especially when talking about gravitating towards the fringe. That member would love to define what the fringe is, because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that on this side of the House we are in government. It means we win the majority of the seats in the province. It means we got the majority of the votes in the province. So I would hate for the member opposite to be suggesting that the people who voted for us are the fringe. Now, this is not uncommon for that member or others to call into question the nature of the people who elected us, but the reality is, Mr. Speaker, they did in fact elect us to be government. They elected us to form government, elected the Honourable Premier to be the Premier and to lead the government, and I'm not sure why the member continues to obsess about that. Rather, maybe he should focus on the content of the bill instead of going on long meaningless diatribes.
Official Opposition Deputy House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's always interesting to hear Government House Leader talk about relevance. I think member was talking about Bill 18. He was clearly on point. He gave example of how Premier handpicked some researcher who holds fringe views, and from there concluded Premier tendency to associate with those kind of views. We have seen that kind of tendency when Premier attends David Parker's wedding. It's not
Standing Order 4.2. The time for debate has concluded and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1:30 p.m.
We'll come back to the next.
Order.